polls are set to close in a matter of minutes, setting the stage for the formation of Yukon's 36th government. 3 candidates are vying to become your next premier.
Our team is ready to deliver results for you.
We need to make some difficult decisions, and the way you make those difficult decisions is by working closely with communities.
We have a plan to make sure that we are being responsive to the communities and their needs.
To tackle the issues that matter most across the territory: childcare, affordability, and healthcare, just to name a few.
I think the government needs to probably focus on a good mining plan.
Housing is really a main point that needs to be addressed.
Tonight, you will decide the path forward, and we'll be here to take you through it every step of the way. Welcome to Yukon Votes and our special coverage of the 2025 territorial election. I'm Megan Roberts.
And I'm Chris Windier. Polls are set to close across the Yukon in less than 30 minutes.
Then the counting begins to determine who will represent you and form the next government.
In this election, 21 ridings are up for grabs. That's up from 19 4 years ago, and those ridings look very different.
We will have a lot more on how that might factor in shortly. But first, let's meet tonight's team, starting right here beside us with our panel. We have former Yukon Regional Chief of the Assembly of First Nations, Kluane Adamak.
Hi.
Tiffany Eckert-Murray is a past president of the Yukon First Nation Chamber of Commerce.
Hello.
And Liz Hansen was the leader of the Yukon NDP for 10 years. Thank you all so much for being with us. We have got a lot to talk about tonight.
Yeah.
We also have reporters in the field tonight at Liberal headquarters, Gabrielle Plonka. Julian Green is over at Yukon Party HQ, and covering the NDP, we have Luke Carroll. And back in the studio, Callie McTavish will be taking us through tonight's results. Callie, what are some of the ridings that stand out to you?
Yeah, so first of all, I'm going to take you through some ridings where the Liberal incumbent is not running this time around. So we're going to start off in Mountain View, where John Weller is representing the Liberals. Now, this was Jeannie McLean's riding previously, a Liberal candidate, of course. She won with less than 50 votes. Next is Linda Moen, the NDP candidate. She's very familiar to many Yukoners. She's a Kwanlin-Dunn citizen and city and councillor for them. And then Peter Grandmanis is a longtime educator in the territory. So definitely one riding to watch. Next, we've got Porter Creek South. This is Premier Raj Pillai's former riding. The Liberals have put forward Harjit Mavi. He is a project manager with the Yukon government. Next, we have Dario Paola with the NDP. Now, the NDP did come second in 2021, so kind of interesting there. And again, less than 50 votes that separated those two. And then in third, we've got Adam Gurley. He's representing the Yukon Party, longtime supporter of the Yukon Party. And then to Riverdale South, this was Tracy Ann McPhee's riding. She's another Liberal incumbent not running in this election. Sunny Patch is the Liberal candidate, and she has worked in government for a long time supporter of the Liberals. Justin Ziegler is your NDP candidate. He works with Alcan Air, and Aurora Viernes is the Yukon Party candidate, longtime healthcare worker in the territory. So just a couple ridings to watch there, all ridings that had very small margins last time, so it'll be very interesting to see what happens.
Thank you so much, Callie. We'll keep an eye. I want to point out some of the things you're seeing on your screen right now. So at the very bottom, that graphic will tell you how each party is doing at any given point in the night, at the colors there. Right now, it is all zeros, but of course, as results come in, that will change, revealing which party is in the lead at any given point. And that will start happening sometime after the countdown clock on the bottom right of your screen hits 0. For now, it's ticking down right up until the second polls close across the territory. Let's head back to our team in the field now, starting with Gabrielle at Liberal headquarters. Gabrielle, the Liberals are, of course, hoping they can form government for a third straight time. Take us through how they've tried to sway Yukoners.
Yes, absolutely. So we have a new leader here
We have Liberal leader Mike Pemberton just won the Liberal leadership race at the end of June. He had a couple of months to assembled a team of 18 candidates, not quite a full roster, but he did say last week he's proud of the team that he compiled here. And so the Liberals are really billing themselves as a status quo option, promising to continue the work that the last Liberal government started. So we'll see if that resonates with voters tonight. Megan.
Thank you so much, Gabrielle. Next, let's go to Julian with the Yukon Party. Julian, there is hope that they can take power back from the Liberals tonight.
That's right, Megan. I'm in downtown Whitehorse at the Gold Rush Hotel here at Yukon Party headquarters. Really, the Yukon Party has pushed this message of change that is needed, something fresh. I spoke with Yukon Party leader Curry Dixon just last week, and he says he's confident. He's confident in the campaign. He's confident in the platform, calling it highly detailed. He's also confident in the number of candidates, the full slate of 21 candidates in every corner of the Yukon. Really, this party has launched its campaign and platform, really hinging it on rising costs of living. That affects many things, as you know, Megan, from housing, grocery bills, electricity rates. And the Yukon Party says if it forms the next government, it would nix rent control program. That's a program that it's long criticized just as bad policy as well. It would expedite the construction of housing. As far as what you can expect from me tonight, I have a few guests lined up already, so you can expect to hear more from them and how the campaign went along the campaign trail as well. So far, there's a smattering of people here. There's 5 tables. They're not yet full, but the night is early, Megan.
Okay, looking forward to all that. Thank you so much, Julian. Now let's head to New Democratic Party headquarters. Luke, the NDP had a key role within this past government, but they have been working to stand out and take a giant leap forward in this election.
That's right, Megan. And one way that they've been trying to do that is focusing on healthcare. That has been their message this entire campaign. They have promised to bring more beds to Whitehorse General, to create more spots for nursing at Yukon University. But another key message for them this campaign has been their rivals, the Yukon Party. They've talked about their previous record in government, citing rental hikes and lawsuits with First Nations. They have tried to really position themselves as the viable alternative to the Yukon Party, to maybe attract voters who would previously have voted for the Liberal Party to come vote for them. Now, it's going to be interesting to see how voters end up rewarding them. We know in this previous legislature, the NDP went into it with the least number of seats of any party, but they got a lot of policies passed through an agreement they had, the confidence and supply agreement they had with the Liberal Party. But at what cost? They propped that party up for 4 years. Now, as for what is going to be a successful night, I asked NDP leader Kate White that question as the campaign was coming to a close. She wouldn't say. If one thing is maybe indicative of what they're hoping to happen tonight, there's a lot of signs that say Kate White for Premier. Now, like I said, they went into the last legislature with 3 incumbents. They're going to have to get a lot more if they're going to form government this time. Megan?
Okay, thank you so much, Luke. I'll direct you to the bottom of your screen. We are now 21 minutes from polls closing. So as we wait for that to happen, let's dive deeper into how the electoral map has changed and why it matters. Chris, take us through it.
Thanks, Megan. This is the first new electoral map in the Yukon since 2009. There was a lot of political squabbling to get here, but ultimately the parties legally had no choice. They had to put in a new map. So let's take a look at the last election. Some ridings in the capital, Whitehorse, had way more voters than others, and that is in large part because of all the population growth in and around Whitehorse. So if we look at those boundary changes, the Yukon's Electoral Boundaries Commission recommended the creation of 2 new seats. You can see those there. That's Whistle Bend North and Whistle Bend South. And also the adjustment of the boundaries of 15 other ridings. So what this means is it's a little tricky for us to directly compare the 2021 election results with what's going to happen tonight. And so that's why we have taken the results from the 2021 election and applied them to these new boundaries. We do this so we can compare apples to apples for you. And basically, if the 2021 election happened with the 2025 boundaries, the Yukon Party would have won 12 seats, the Liberals 6, and the NDP 3. So tonight, when we say a party has gained or lost seats, those are the figures we're comparing them to. Megan.
Thank you so much, Chris. Polls are now set to close in 19 minutes. We have much more straight ahead, including our first conversation with our panel. We're back in just 90 seconds. Welcome back. Polls are now set to close in just 17 minutes. Get ready, Yukon. Those results will come in soon. But first, I want to bring in our panel to get their take on how this race has unfolded. We have Kluani Adamek, Tiffany Eckhart-Murray, and Liz Hansen. Thank you all for being here. So, Kluani, I'll start with you, and I'll note that you and Tiffany don't have any political party affiliations, but we did ask everyone to kind of take a look at the campaign strategies. So if you could just give me your take on the Liberal campaign strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I saw in there certainly the advancement and implementation of Shakwa'a, really important with respect to the health authority, environment, Indigenous and protected conserved area, advancing our Clean Future plan, key, education, new school builds, which is drastically needed in the territory, and then energy, mining, and of course housing, all identified, and some new ideas in there in comparison to what we saw in the last election. So looking forward to seeing the results tonight, and a lot of new faces in the Liberal Party candidate list.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of new faces, not entirely a full slate either, so we'll see how that plays into everything as well. Tiffany, I have the same question for you, but with the Yukon Party, what did you take from their campaign?
A lot of what I read from the Yukon Party is that they're looking for change. So they're offering a change that that hasn't been in place for a little while. But mostly they're putting forward a practical leadership with Curry at the helm. They're looking to empower the communities and improve affordability for all of Yukon. It's been you hear a lot about the cost of increase in living, and groceries are costing more, housing is costing more, and so there is more to. It's easy to come up with a plan, and this is how we're going to tackle it. But someone has to pay for that. So I think a lot of what they're putting forward is just a reasonable way of addressing the issues that Yukoners are facing.
All right. Liz, you have been through this before.
Yeah.
Tell me about the NDP strategy this time.
Well, I think what I'm seeing reflected in this is the net result of Kate White's having 14 years in the Legislative Assembly, during which she has worked with both the Yukon Party and the Liberals. And so what we see her doing is grounding her response to how she would govern this territory as the Premier in the core values of sustainability, cooperation, and community. And that's reflected in the relationship with Yukon First Nations and with all Yukoners and other government levels of government. And then from that and from the listening that she's been doing over the years, and particularly over the last few years, in trying to work cooperatively with the Yukon Liberal government, the issues of affordability and healthcare. I mean, healthcare is the preeminent concern for so many people, and she's reflecting it in this campaign amongst other issues.
Okay. We do have time for one more question, so I'll give you each 30 seconds and just tell me, looking at the campaign, looking at the strategies, what you think a win would be for, I'll ask you for the Liberals, Cloney, if you don't mind.
I mean, a win would be to continue on.
Sure.
That's certainly what I believe the Liberals would be looking for. It's an interesting situation in that, you know, you have the leader of the party who hasn't been elected, so he is running tonight and eagerly all anticipating and watching what those results look like. But that certainly would be I would say the Liberal vision for tonight.
Yeah, same question for the Yukon Party. What do you think would be a success for them?
Definitely majority government. So we've had a lot of time to kind of sit back. Yukon Party's had a lot of time to sit back and be the opposition and seeing what's working and what's not. And so what success looks like is a clear majority, so that they can govern with and put what people of Yukon have given direction to the Yukon Party to change. So
a strong mandate.
Yes.
And Liz, for the NDP, I imagine a win would also be a win. I realize that question is worded kind of funnily, but
No.
what would success look like?
Well, in my understanding and my hope is that we will see a return to a Yukon New Democratic Party government, one that works cooperatively and collaboratively with the other parties, whomever the numbers that get in. But I think that the NDP has demonstrated their willingness to work with others, and so I'm hoping for a win tonight.
Okay. Thank you all so much for your thoughts. Can't wait to come back to you for more. Now let's head over to Chris with the other issue on the ballot tonight. Chris?
Yeah, Megan, Yukoners are actually voting twice in this election. The second ballot they're going to cast is for a plebiscite on electoral reform. The question is, voters are being asked to choose between the current first-past-the-post system, where the winner is the person with the most votes, or a system of ranked voting, where instead of choosing one candidate, you would rank them in order of preference. Then counting happens in rounds. The candidate with the fewest votes is eliminated, and votes are redistributed until one candidate has a majority. One very important thing to note about this plebiscite is that it is not binding on the government. The Liberals and the NDP say they will adopt ranked voting if that's what voters choose tonight, while the Yukon Party says it will not. And joining us now to talk about the plebiscite is Floyd McCormick. He is the former clerk of the Yukon's Legislative Assembly, and he is, full disclosure, in favor of ranked voting. Floyd, what impact do you think ranked voting would have on future Yukon elections?
Well, I think the impact that it's intended to have is to ensure that the people who get elected to the Legislative Assembly have a majority of support within the electoral district, the riding that they represent. That's sort of at the core of what ranked voting is all about, based on the notion that, you know, in a democracy, decisions are supposed to be made by majority. Whether or not it will have any effect in terms of the prospects of any of the political parties benefiting more than the others, I think it's it's really up to the parties to adjust to a new system if a new system is implemented.
What do you make of the fact that this plebiscite is not binding on the government?
Well, that's the nature of the Plebiscite Act. It doesn't bind the government to whatever opinion is expressed by the public through the plebiscite. I think that these plebiscites are usually geared towards some issue that falls within the competence of cabinet in terms of policy selection or whatever. It's a little bit different when you're dealing with something like electoral reform, because the conduct of elections is really the responsibility of the legislature and not cabinet. So that's a bit of a difference.
And give us a prediction. What kind of support do you think we're going to see from voters for this measure tonight?
I couldn't give you a prediction. One of the things that I really like about Yukon politics is how unpredictable it is. I guess that the best thing in any vote, whether it's a plebiscite or for electing MLAs, is to have something that is decisive, in the sense that you get a good turnout of voters and that the opinion that they express is either strongly one way or the other.
Floyd McCormick, thanks for this. Megan.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We are now just 10 minutes away from polls closing. Coming up, we're going to head back to all of the party headquarters. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We are over 8 minutes away, just over 8 minutes away from polls closing. We are counting down to when we can start bringing you results. We can't do it yet though, so we want to take one more tour of tonight's party headquarters. We'll go to Gabrielle first. What are you seeing and hearing at Liberal HQ, Gabrielle?
Yeah, so you can see I'm here at McBride Museum, but not upstairs in the main halls, but actually in the back at the Gold Rush exhibit. So we're standing in the Gold Rush era saloon behind me. There are more exhibits, so any Liberal supporters who are a fan of Gold Rush history will have a fun time here tonight. Lots to look at for sure. Still pretty empty though, just a few people milling in. We're expecting people to be coming and going tonight. We're also expecting to hear from Liberal leader Mike Pemberton fairly early in the evening. He will be making a speech at the podium behind me around 8:30 is what I'm hearing, and so we'll be back for that. Megan.
Thank you so much, Gabrielle. Not a bad place to spend the night in an exhibit like that. Looking pretty cool. Let's go to Julian now at Yukon Party headquarters. Same question, Julian.
Yeah, thanks, Megan. I don't know if you can hear, but there's a bit of a din now in the room. There's a bar that it seems to be a particular hit this evening. Yeah, no candidates, I'm told, are here quite yet, just the party faithful. I haven't seen, say, Brad Cathers or Curry Dixon yet. However, there's a stage just behind me. I'm not sure if you can see that, but at the end of the night, Curry Dixon and others are due to make some speeches, I'm told. Plenty more coming tonight. I can talk more about some of the policy planks as well, peppered in. And once again, many guests will join us this evening. Megan.
Thank you so much, Julian. Luke, give us a sense of what's going on at the NDP HQ.
Yeah, Megan, so not a whole lot happening just yet, still just setting up. It's a lot of staffers and a few members of the press here as well. We are expecting the White Horse candidates, or at least many of the White Horse candidates, to be here to watch the results when they start pouring in. NDP leader Kate White is also expected to be here and should be giving a speech on this stage just behind me later in the evening as well. In terms of the vibe here though, we got a DJ that's set up. We're expecting some music to start probably shortly. I'm told that people can also go get drinks while they're here. So again, not a whole lot to report just yet, but we still got results to come. Megan?
Thank you so much, Luke. Some big vibes coming from these party HQs, setting up for some big parties. Let's head to Callie now at the results board. Callie, take us through some of the ridings that have seen their boundaries change for this election.
Thanks, Megan. Yeah, let's take a look. Okay, so Kluane is a really interesting one. A piece of Kate White's old riding. Kate White is the leader of the NDP. A piece of her riding got absorbed into Kluane this time around. So that already made this actually a 50-50 tie. And then, as you can see, no Liberal candidate running in this electoral district. So this is a really interesting riding to watch. And then Marsh Lake, Mount Lorne, Golden Horn. This riding, when they did that redistribution, this used to be John Stryker's riding. They split Southern Lakes and Marsh Lake, Mount Lorne, Golden Horn, excuse me, a bit of a tongue twister there. And so, yes, this redistribution favors Jen Gamer here, is the Yukon Party candidate. Long time in government. She's worked for a long time in government and a long time supporter of the Yukon Party, up against James Robery, who is the Liberal candidate, and Kevin Kennedy, NDP candidate, professor at Yukon University there. So this will definitely be a riding to watch. And then Mayo Tachin. So I'll just point out Jeremy Harper is the incumbent in this riding. He is the only Liberal cabinet minister who is running again in this election. But as we said before, with those redistributed boundaries, it does favor the Yukon Party. And the Yukon Party have put forward a really strong candidate with Corey Belmore. She's a Little Salmon Carmacks First Nation citizen and also a city councillor in Carmacks. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. Megan?
Thank you so much, Kelly. Definitely an interesting riding to watch with Jeremy Harper, the sole Liberal incumbent there who is the Speaker of the House. So we'll have to see what happens there. We are 3 minutes away. We have just enough time before polls close to go back to our panel for a quick 15, 20-second final last thoughts. Kluane.
It's a big night, and I want to say to all those who put their names forward, it is not an easy thing to do, particularly for parents, women, First Nation candidates. So I'm just really proud to see all those who put their names forward. And like everyone else, I'm really getting excited to see what we're going to look at tonight.
Always a big buzz on election night. Tiffany?
Well, I think that Yukoners need a strong government that listens, empowers, and delivers. And that's what the Yukon Party is offering. And I'm looking forward to tonight as well.
Okay. And Liz?
Yeah, I'm excited for this evening as well. I'm optimistic as well. I echo Kluane's comments about the thanks we should be giving to all the candidates that have put their names forward, because it is an onerous task, especially the first timers, like going to at somebody's door the first time and knocking and saying, hi, and then trying to explain when you're tongue-tied about why you're running and why you would ask for their support. So you're asking for a lot of trust.
Yeah, absolutely. And we trust you with all of your opinions. Thank you so much for doing this. We're going to come to you back soon. Right now, I'm going to go to Chris. What are some of your final thoughts as we're heading towards polls closing?
Well, one thing, Megan, that one figure that we've already been getting reports from Elections Yukon is voter turnout, and the numbers are not good, at least at this junction. With an hour, just under an hour before the polls close, we got an update from Elections Yukon, just over 51% voter turnout. So that's not the final tally, obviously, especially with people getting out of work. There's sort of, there's always a last minute rush. So that number will go up, but it's not great. Turnout last time was just under 66%. So it's not looking great. If folks were just hoping for an outbreak of democracy this evening, we're going to have it, but it'll be measured, shall we say.
So interesting, too, you use that word outbreak, because in 2021, in the last election, we had an outbreak of COVID that was going on in the middle of it. So when you compare the two and the situations going on in the world, it's enlightening to see those numbers coming in.
It's interesting because it's much easier to just go about your daily business this year than it was in 2021, and yet we still see rather anemic voter turnout. So that maybe signals that the parties didn't exactly set the imaginations of the public on fire this year.
And just in 10 seconds, what do you think, I know I'm giving you a tight deadline, what could be a symptom of the imaginations not being set on fire?
That's for smarter people than me, maybe, to figure out. I would maybe suggest the campaigns, but I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I guess that's exactly what we'll have to see. And we are so close to polls closing now. 38 seconds, 37, I could keep going. But now that we're seconds away, let's take one last look at that map as it stands right now. 2021's results on top of the new boundaries. Moments from now, ballot boxes will be unsealed. The count will begin. So let's wipe the map clean. We have continuing special coverage all throughout your night as your votes are counted, the results coming in. Get ready, Yukon. This is your Yukon, and it's growing. More people, more ridings, and for those elected, more responsibility.
Biggest issues for this election would be the housing situation.
What's happening with childcare, recruit and retrain educators.
With me, it's medical. You get doctors here, they're here for 2 years and then they're gone.
3 parties are fighting for the opportunity to deliver for you.
We have a record of action and we have a record of results.
The system they tried to build between the two parties has failed, and we need to make adjustments.
The Yukon NDP will build an economy that works for Yukoners, by Yukoners.
The Liberals looking for a rare third consecutive mandate, but this is a new look Liberal Party.
Pemberton, 442.
With a new leader and only one incumbent seeking re-election.
There are challenges that the territory's education system is facing.
Following 9 years as the official opposition, the Yukon Party sees a window for change. Its leader also attempting to become the first premier born in the territory.
Create more good paying jobs for Yukoners.
The NDP leader aiming to accomplish that same feat. After 4 years supporting the Liberal minority, the question now, can they return to government for the first time in 30 years? From affordability to healthcare to the environment and so much more. The stakes are high. The polls are closed. The decision is yours. This is Yukon Votes. Welcome to those of you just joining us on CBC News Network and CBC Radio. I'm Megan Roberts.
And I'm Chris Windier. Across the territory right now, counting is underway to determine who will form the Yukon's 36th Legislative Assembly.
With 21 ridings up for grabs, the magic number for a majority is now 11 seats. That is a new number here. And Yukon's electoral map has been redrawn, creating new boundaries and adding 2 new ridings.
There are also 2 votes happening tonight. For the first time in over 100 years, Yukoners are voting in a plebiscite, which is essentially an opinion poll on whether the territory should change how it elects its government. We'll have more on that soon.
First, though, let's meet the team, starting with our panel. Sitting alongside us tonight, we have former Yukon Regional Chief of the Assembly of First Nations, Kalani Adamak. Tiffany Eckert-Murray is a past president of the Yukon First Nations Chamber of Commerce. And Liz Hanson is a former Yukon New Democratic Party leader, holding that role for 10 years. Welcome to all of you.
Also with us all night are Callie McTavish. Callie is ready for those numbers to start rolling in, and she'll bring us all the results.
And out at party headquarters tonight, Gabrielle Plonka with the Liberals, Julian Green at Yukon Party HQ, and covering the NDP, Luke Carroll. Gabrielle, let's start with you. How are the Liberals feeling about their campaign?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's no secret that it was a tough start to the campaign. We heard from Liberal leader Mike Pemberton last week that he was expecting a steep climb to victory from the beginning. He was a new leader. He just came to the position at the end of June. He had just a couple of months to put a team together with only one incumbent MLA running for re-election, gathered a team of 18 candidates in the end, and so looking for a third term after almost a decade in power. Really pitched itself this campaign as a status quo party, promising to carry on what the last Liberal government started, promising things like establishing the new health authority, which right now is billed to roll out in 2027. Among other things, the Our Clean Future plan. So we heard from Liberal leader Mike Pemberton, really hoping that that resonates with voters, that folks want to see a continuation of the last government. We'll see if that lands with voters tonight. Megan.
Thank you, Gabrielle. Let's head to Yukon Party headquarters now. Julian, what are you hearing there?
Yeah, thanks, Megan. What I'm hearing so far, Tim Kaczarek, who's the media director with the Yukon Party, told me earlier today that there's this positive, nervous energy among the candidates. The candidates are still yet to arrive, but that is expected to change soon. Once again, Yukon Party leader Curry Dixon has really said that he's confident in his team, along with the campaign and platform. I was also told that those two pieces, the campaign has been in the works for a couple of years, as well as the platform, so plenty of time to sort of create that slate of candidates, I've been told. And Curry Dixon, was elected as leader in 2020, and I think it's fair to say he has since been seeking that mantle as premier since then, and probably even longer than that, with the government, with the previous Liberal government in power for about 10 years. I think it's fair to say that the Yukon Party is hoping to secure a victory in the form of a majority government, I have been told as well. And, as it for the platform, it seems very highly detailed, dealing with things like housing, building more and more quickly, as well as accommodating growth across the territory, especially in Whitehorse, though. The party has pledged to work with the city of Whitehorse and look at locations for a second bridge, widening roads to, accommodate traffic. Also mining is a big theme, I think, writ large in this election. And the Yukon Party says it would finish what has already started, which is, following through with rewriting those mining laws, but also retaining more royalties for affected communities as well as Yukon First Nations. There's plenty more. I can flick at those throughout the night, as well as talk to guests. A few have already agreed to speak with us already, and I'll have more for you then. Megan.
Thank you so much, Julian. Now, our Luke Carroll is at the NDP headquarters tonight. Luke?
Yeah, Megan, so there is a crowd here right now. They're enjoying some snacks, they're hanging out, they're chatting. Music hasn't started just yet, though. But along with the crowd, there are signs that say, vote for better healthcare. Now, that has been what the NDP has campaigned on this entire time. Along with healthcare, they have focused on talking about the Yukon Party and their previous record in government, citing rental hikes and lawsuits with First Nations. Now, there's a few interesting things I'll be watching here tonight. One of them is the NDP got an endorsement from the Yukon Employees Union. Now, this is the largest public sector union in the territory, and with so many public servants in the territory, will that translate to votes? Another thing that I'm going to be watching is, the NDP propped up the minority Liberal Party over 4 years. This was through a confidence and supply agreement. People from outside the Yukon should be familiar with this type of agreement. It's similar to the one that the federal Liberals had with the NDP, but will the NDP get punished for that support to the Liberals? So that's another thing I'm going to be watching for. Now, the NDP are going into this campaign with 21 candidates. They came into it in the last legislature with 3. I'm not really sure what a successful night is going to be for them. I asked NDP leader Kate White that just before the campaign was closing, and she wouldn't say whether that's opposition or that is forming government. But with so many posters that say Kate White for Premier, I think we have an idea of what she's going for. But with only 3 incumbents coming in, she's going to need a lot more than that this time around. Megan?
Thank you so much, Luke. Lot to keep an eye on there. Something else to keep an eye on is at the bottom of your screen. That is where you will see some really important numbers down there all night. As Yukon's 21 ridings report results, you'll begin seeing the numbers of seats each party is leading in. So you can watch that bar as all the drama unfolds. I like to think of it as the drama bar. Let's head to Callie McTavish now for some ridings to keep a close eye on tonight. Callie?
Thanks, Megan. We're going to take you to look at the leaders' riding. So that's in Whitehorse. First, we're going to look at Mike Pemberton in Whitehorse West. Now, this is a riding that was previously held by Richard Mostyn, of course not running this time around, but it was pretty tight last time, so he's definitely going to have to fight for it. And he's up against Laura Lang. Lang is part of a longtime political Yukon Party family in the Yukon. Some may remember Archie Lang, who was a MLA for almost 10 years, but no snoozer herself. She's worked in government for a very long time. And then Catherine McCallum. Catherine McCallum ran for the NDP in the federal election there, so also a familiar face. So lots of heavy hitters, I would say, in this riding. Next, we're going to look at Currie-Dixon. Now, Dixon did win this riding by a comfortable majority last time, but as you can see, no Liberal candidate in this riding. So it'll be interesting to see where the Liberal votes fall. And we have Matthew Lien, a singer-songwriter, very well known in Southeast Asia, and also popular here in the Yukon as well, of course. So it'd be interesting to see what happens. And then we've got Takini, Kate White's riding. White was first elected in 2011, so longtime MLA and leader of the NDP. And last time around, she did win this riding with over 60% of the vote. But riding has changed a little bit this time around, so we'll keep an eye on how that goes. And she's up against the Liberals' the Yukon Party's Liberal Free. The Yukon Party's Logan Freeze and the Liberals' Abdullah Khalid. I'll have more on that later.
Thank you so much, Callie. Okay, Chris, I want to loop you in. You have been covering politics in the Yukon for a very long time now. What are some of the things that you're watching tonight?
Well, the first thing is turnout. We got some updated numbers just now from Elections Yukon. The turnout looks to be quite poor this evening, just a shade over 53%. Elections Yukon is telling us that number is subject to change a little bit, but that's more or less final. So that's just over 19,000 ballots cast, 10,400 or so just today, and that looks to be about a 12.5% drop from 2021. So exactly why, who knows exactly, but very interesting considering all the challenges that everyone faced during the pandemic year. So that's not great. The other thing I'm looking for tonight is that there is a general sense, and obviously we have to wait for the numbers to come in, but that the Liberals could be in trouble tonight. And they got about 6,000, a little over 6,000 votes last time. What happens to that support if, in fact, they lose it? Where does it go? Which parties? Or is that one of the reasons that the turnout is so low? A lot of Liberals sitting on their hands and staying home. And then the other question is the new ridings. There are two brand new ridings. We're up 2 ridings from last time. Those 2 ridings were drawn out of the 3 Porter Creek ridings, which were 2 were held by the Yukon Party, 1 was held by the Liberals. But they're generally thought to be fairly strong Yukon Party territory. So does that spill over into Whistle Bend? Maybe, maybe not. But the other thing is that there are a lot of new Canadians. It is the newest neighborhood in Whitehorse. So it's kind of a blank slate. So who lives there? How do they vote? We're going to find out, and that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, definitely some ridings to watch. I mean, you asked that question of why would voter turnout be so low? The answer, of course, is that we don't know right now, but we have some fantastic panelists, and we can pick their brains about this. I'll start with you, Kluani. Just, those numbers are subject to change for voter turnout, but what kind of things do you think could be affecting voter turnout this go around?
I mean, look, Chris, you spoke to it, sort of disenchanted, frustrated. I think that there's also something to be said for, if you think that someone's going to take it quite easily. And we saw this happen in the federal election before, where people just don't show up to the poll because they say, oh, they're likely to, be fine. So I think those are 2 pieces. I'd also be interested to learn more about some of the special ballots, just considering the Canada Post strike, sort of where did that land? I don't know the numbers with respect to how many of those ballots, but that's something else that I've been thinking about. And I mean, it's a bit disheartening. I would have hoped to see much stronger turnout. But I think that does say something, and I'm interested to know more around what that actually means.
Yeah, Tiffany?
You know, it's pretty hard to top what Kwani said because I do agree. I'm also very surprised and shocked. We know it's not because of the Blue Jays game, so that's kind of a plus. And I guess thanks for that being over. But but in all honesty, I'm definitely surprised to hear because Yukon typically likes to go out and vote, and it's kind of something we're prideful about doing. So it probably is not didn't hurt some of the parties that. One of them released their opinion poll just the days before the election came, but we'll see what really happens.
Yeah.
Liz?
Yeah, there's that, and I also think, despite the great efforts of CBC, you know, our media is greatly diminished over the last few years, and so like there's only one sort of newspaper that's 3 days a week. There's not. There used to be a newspaper in Dawson, and so there's like really is a challenge, and lots of times. People look at you blankly in an election. I didn't know there was an election. Like, despite the fact you see lots of signs, and so it is a challenge to sort of grab people's attention. And there's a lot of other stuff going on. So, but I'm shocked if it's 53%. Like, to me, that's not Yukon.
Yeah, I mean, speaking to your point about some of the media landscape in the Yukon, in the face of that reality, and I'll start with you, Liz. What do parties do? What do people do to get people engaged in elections and politics?
Well, it's a real challenge, you know, and one of the things that makes me think back in the day, there was political parties actually didn't rely on social media, or that they actually relied upon district committees and that to engage and to talk about the issues that were important to them. And I think the emphasis has switched to having the leader or somebody else taking charge of that, as opposed to the committees or riding associations, whatever you want. All parties use a different terminology, but it used to be that, and that's changed over the last 10 to 15 years as we've seen more emphasis on social media and less emphasis on sort of the broad media that we used to have in place.
Tiffany?
Yeah, it's super interesting to see the role that social media has played in this election for sure. I've definitely noticed an impact. Some candidates have really chosen to run with that, but I also know that there's been a lot of candidates that have stuck with the tried and true method of going out and talking to people, and so we'll have to keep going. But I think that I have no answer for that. I'm definitely quite shocked, but I think that's such a brilliant point about the media not being like, what is the impact of them not having that daily newspaper and us reliance online, because we're in a generation where not everyone is relying on online. They don't go online. We can't even look at the news online sometimes. So definitely interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair point, especially here in the North. Internet can be spotty, depending on where you are. Maybe that's a generous term. Kalani, do you have anything to add to that?
Let's look back to 2016, right? Like, we're seeing 76% voter turnout.
Wow.
Yeah.
So 2016, COVID happened, federal elections, frustration, you know, geopolitical dumpster fire, lack of a better term. What is going on? Because 76 to 51, that's wild.
Yeah, crazy.
And I wonder, like, in terms of demographics, I'd be interested to know more about, like, the young population. So I loved walking in to vote today, and there were these young people that were like, do you know what you need? Do you have your stuff? And I was like, hey, cool, this feels good. But where is the young voter? Where are the young voters in the Yukon? Have they shown up to the polls? And if they haven't, why not? And I do think that there's something there that we need to start talking about. Voter engagement early and often in high schools, because that seems to be a population that we saw really being, I would say, looked to in the federal election, but there's a lot of young Yukoners that I don't know if they showed up to the polls today.
And we will just have to wait and see. This was a fascinating discussion. I can't wait to go back to you guys, but we do have results on your screen. Take a look. Our very first results of the night, and the NDP are leading in one seat. Callie, do you want to break this down for us?
Yeah, I mean, very early, so we can't get too excited just yet. But yes, it looks like Brent McDonald is taking the lead over Richard Nagano. Brent McDonald, longtime Dawsonite. He's been there 30 years, very involved in the community there, part of getting their recreation center off the ground. So, and I mean, yeah, 24 votes cast so far, and he's taken 23 of them. So, or yeah, 23 of them. So pretty strong lead early on, and that's one poll of 8 reporting so far.
And let's just linger on that screen for 1 second if we can, because those results that Callie is showing, there they are. So these are the advanced results, not all of them, but so far, advanced polls, Brent McDonald coming out strong in Klondike, and of course this is one of those ridings that does not have a Liberal candidate. So as more polls report, we will see where the chips fall. Let's go now to the Yukon Party headquarters where Julian Green is standing by, and he has the Yukon Party, I believe, campaign manager, Julian.
Yeah, that's right, Megan. Beside me right now is Danny McDonald. He is the Yukon Party's campaign manager and was previously the chief of staff for the Yukon Party also. This is an interesting situation just with the hung Parliament. Of course, the former Liberal government established a minority government, and McDonald tells me that since there's been a lot of preparation for the Yukon Party's campaign, and joining me now is Danny McDonald to tell me a little bit more about that. Okay, Danny, so tell us a little bit more about how this campaign has gone.
So in terms of this campaign, we started relatively early. With Curry's sort of leadership, his plan was to ensure that we had quality candidates, and he's approached folks and Yukoners across the territory to step up and run under the Yukon Party banner. And that's obviously been something that as the only party that really didn't have skin in the game in the CASA, we've somewhat been on the front foot for a couple of years in terms of anticipating there may be a snap election called on us if Kate decided to pull the trigger on the government or if the Liberals decided to continue. So he's made it an exercise to continuously be out there recruiting candidates and making sure that we had an incredible slate to put together, and I think that's one thing we're quite proud of is the Yukoners that we've assembled. So that group has been worked on and sort of collected and recruited over a number of years, and then we sort of thought there's a possibility of a election in the spring, so we sort of got started earlier in the year. As you saw, we were rolling out candidate nominations earlier in the year and then went into the spring session and then continued out throughout the summer. So there was a plan that Curry sort of put together with the team, and we executed that, and it led into going all the way to the November 3rd day today, and we'll see what happens.
And yeah, there's a lot left to come here tonight. It's still fairly early. What are you looking at closely here in terms of ridings?
So in terms of ridings, I think one of the ones we start with in our terms of our electoral math is Whitehorse West. That's a riding. The last 2 elections, we've lost by 22 votes with 2 different candidates, Elaine Taylor in 2016 and then Angela Drainville in 2021. Laura Lang running there in quite a contested election with the Premier trying to get a seat, and with the federal NDP candidate, Catherine McCallum, running. That's a seat we're definitely watching, key to us. And I think the Porter Creeks as well, the 3 Porter Creek ridings are ones that we're watching as well to see what happens in Whitehorse. And of course, the Yukon Party always has good representation in rural Yukon, so I think there's a number of seats that we're looking to add in rural. So.
Thank you very much, Danny McDonald. That's Danny McDonald, the Yukon Party's campaign manager. Megan.
Okay, thank you so much, Julian. We are heading to Liberal HQ next with Gabrielle Plonka, and you have an outgoing cabinet minister, I understand, with you.
Absolutely, I do. So we've talked a lot this campaign about the lack of cabinet ministers running for re-election. So let's talk to one of them. We have Richard Mostyn here. Tell me about the decision to not run for re-election. Why did you decide?
Well, listen, I'm not a career politician. I've had several careers in my life, and this came late in my career. And it has been an absolute pleasure representing the constituents of Whitehorse West over the last 9 years. But as I said, this wasn't a lifetime thing. I'm an older man now. I wanted to spend some time with my family, so it was really time for the Liberal Party to come up with new candidates and new ideas to refresh. And I think Mike Pemberton has done that. I've been out with a number of the candidates around Whitehorse. We've assembled a really, really talented team, and I was really happy to help out. I'm going to continue to help out the party in the coming months and years. So,
what's the feeling amongst your team of outgoing cabinet ministers? What are you hearing?
Well, really what it came down to was we're all about the same age. We're all in our 60s, and we're a very close-knit team. I have had the pleasure of working with really talented people over my lifetime, but I was really lucky to get this cabinet, and we're all very cordial, friendly. We still hang out together, and it's a very, very close-knit group who has done, we've been through the pandemic together, we've been through election campaigns and everything else. We've managed to keep our civility and actually warmth and a friendliness within the caucus, which I haven't seen I've been watching politics now for 30 years. I haven't seen this type of cohesion in the Yukon cabinet. I can't think of another cabinet as close and as willing to work together to solve problems as I've seen with my colleagues.
And what would you say to folks who say that this is akin to cabinet essentially jumping ship before this election or resigning at the same time?
It annoys me, quite frankly, and it's wholly wrong. I mean, let's face it. I've lost parents. I've gone through health issues. Most of us have lost someone in this role in the last little bit. It has been as rewarding as it's been. Politics is hard. It's all-consuming. I mean, John Stryker is down out in rural Yukon. He's racing back here. He's up in Faro. The man works very hard. Niels Clark was in a tragic car accident. We've all had things happen to us. We're all in our 60s, and we're all looking to refresh the party. And what the party's done is recruited a really good slate of very strong candidates. I've been out door knocking with many of them over this campaign. I've really been fortunate to meet a lot of really talented people, made some new friends, and I think they're a really group of community leaders. And I was happy to see them come forward, and I think they'd make a great contribution to Yukon public life going forward. So, I think that's what I wanted to do. That's what my colleagues all wanted to do, and I'm glad to see a new generation come forward.
Fair enough. We'll leave it there. Megan?
Thank you so much, Gabrielle. Okay, we are starting to see that drama board light up with drama. Yukon Party now leading in 3 seats, the NDP in 1. That was a big jump just while Gabrielle was talking there. Chris, one of the questions throughout this evening is, where will some of the Liberal votes go, specifically in those ridings where the Liberals aren't running a candidate? And I'm just wondering if you can reflect on that.
Well, it's a good question. I mean, I think you can. Obviously, you can't attribute the entire drop in voter turnout to the Liberals being down 3 candidates, but that's part of it. I mean, there literally are fewer people to vote for just as a result of that. It's not a good look for a sitting government trying to get a 3rd term. And despite Mr. Mostyn's, valiant effort there, his optimism, I mean, it's not great that they have no cabinet ministers running again. If they do form another government, you are somehow you're instantly down a huge amount of experience. It's a big problem for them, and it's really hard to rally the troops, your supporters, your party members when you don't have a full slate. It's not, I don't envy the folks who are in charge of putting together party slates to try and convince people to run for office. It's obviously hugely disruptive to everyone's life, just to do that. So, yeah, I would put it up to that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, we'll keep watching those results come in and maybe see where we can find where those votes are going. And one of the people helping us to do that will be Callie, who has some explanations as to what's happening right now with the bottom of your screen.
Yeah,
Callie.
Let's dive into them here. So we're gonna take a look at Southern Lakes. So, I mean, this is pretty classic Yukon, I have to say. Just a couple of votes spread out. We are looking at special ballots here though, so, just a couple, but spread out. We'll definitely come back to this one, but Tyler Porter, the Yukon Party candidate, is in the lead right now with 4 votes. He's leading by 1 over the NDP candidate Tip Evans. And then we've got Cynthia James in third, and our only independent running in this whole election, J.M. Harvey's got 1 vote right now. And then we're going to take a look at Kluane. So Kluane, you know, as Megan pointed out earlier, no Liberal candidate running in this riding, so really interesting to see where those votes fall. But it does look like right now, Wade Ushtenko, the incumbent, is pulling into the lead there. He's got a 31 vote lead over the NDP's candidate, John Vandermeer.
Thank you so much, Gabrielle. Let's go now to Luke Carroll. He is at the NDP headquarters. Luke?
Hey, that's right, Megan. So, yeah, when those first results came in there was a big cheer that went up when the NDP saw themselves leading in one riding. Obviously, still early yet. But I was just chatting with Margaret Commodore, who's beside me right now. She was the longtime MLA for the riding that is now Whitehorse Centre for the NDP. Margaret, thank you for joining us. To start off, why don't you just tell me what brings you out here tonight?
Well, I've been listening to a lot of stuff on Facebook and watching what the NDP was doing in the Yukon, and the elections excite me. And then I started to get more excited about what I was hearing and what people were saying, and just out of the blue, I said to my daughter that, gee, we should go up for the election, and so here we are.
So you're just visiting now, but you were the longtime MLA. You served in the 80s and 90s, right? Tell me, how has the NDP party changed, you know, since you've been a part of it?
Well, it's changed a whole lot because, like, 1982 is the first year I ran, and that's like over 40 years ago, and there's been a drastic change in you know, politics above all and everywhere. But I think like we were new, the party was new to the Yukon when we became a part of it, and people had to get used to us. Like, who are they? You know, they're not Liberals, they're not Tories. They have to get rid of the NDP. What are they? You know, so Tony Pennicott, who was the leader at that time, did a really good job of making sure that the Yukon was aware of the NDP, and I think I can't remember how many, I think they had 3 or something, but the first time I ran, we ended up with 6 out of 17, so that was not bad at all. Yeah.
And tell me, like, just going back to when you first started running, what was the issue of the day? What got you involved in politics at the time?
Well, I was involved with a lot of other things that helped change things that were happening in the Yukon. And I had never considered, you know, being an MLA, and then one day I went to question period, and I think I was a justice of the peace at that time, and we went to watch question period because there was something important regarding Indigenous people, and I was sitting there watching and listening to these guys talk back and forth because they were mostly guys, and I said to myself, I can do that, and. And I was only joking, but in the end it became real, and I decided to run in the next election. It wasn't that easy either.
And, well, the rest is history. So that's Margaret Commodore talking with me at the NDP headquarters. Megan.
Thank you so much, Luke. Okay, I'm going to turn to Chris now because there is actually another vote going on tonight.
That's right. Yukoners are actually voting twice in this election. The second vote is for a plebiscite on electoral reform. Voters are being asked to choose between the current first-past-the-post system, where the winner is the person with the most votes, or a system of ranked voting, where instead of choosing one candidate, voters would rank them in order of preference. Then the counting happens in rounds. The candidate with the fewest votes is eliminated, and votes are redistributed until one person has a majority. One very important thing to note about this plebiscite is that it is not legally binding. The Liberals and the NDP say they will adopt ranked voting if that's what the voters choose tonight, while the Yukon Party says it will not.
Okay, thank you so much, Chris. Really important to get that information out there. So let's look again at your screen, and we're right now the Yukon Party leading in 3 seats and the NDP leading in 1. And let's go back to the plebiscite again, Chris, because we have Floyd here, and I know that you have some questions for him.
Yeah, joining us now to talk about this plebiscite is Floyd McCormick. He's the former clerk of the Yukon's Legislative Assembly, and he is, full disclosure, in favor of ranked voting. Floyd, tell us what impact you think ranked voting would have on elections in the future in the Yukon.
Well, one of the realities of our current first-past-the-post system is that in a majority of the ridings, the person who gets elected as MLA will have less, and sometimes a lot less, than a majority of the vote. If you have a ranked voting system, then in order to get elected, you have to have a majority of the vote. So that would affect, I think, the makeup of the Legislative Assembly, in the sense that you would have 21 MLAs, all of whom have been elected by majority, rather than 21 MLAs with support ranging from something in the 30% up to, very, very strong majorities. I don't think that particular system favors any particular ideological slant, but I think it will favor the parties who best adjust to the fact that there's a new voting system, if there's a new voting system.
What do you make of the fact that this plebiscite is not legally binding on the government?
Well, I mean, that's just the nature of the Plebiscite Act. It's advisory, shall we say. I think one of the things that is interesting, to say the least, is the fact that I think plebiscites are one thing when you're dealing with a matter that falls within the jurisdiction of cabinet and the executive branch, a matter of government policy, shall we say, as opposed to the voting system, the electoral system, which is actually within the authority of the legislature. But we'll see how that pans out.
And do you have any predictions? What kind of support do you think we're going to see from the electorate for this ballot measure tonight?
No, I wouldn't make any predictions. I like the fact that that Yukon politics is unpredictable. The news that we've been getting about the low voter turnout is not good, not just for the plebiscite, but overall for the election. I think that whether you're talking about electing MLAs or whether you're talking about making a decision on the voting system, it's always better if you have a strong voter turnout and a very clear indication from the voters as to what their preferences are. Of course, you don't always get what you want, but I suppose that's the thing that would be optimum.
Okay, Floyd McCormick, former clerk of the Yukon's Legislative Assembly. Thanks for this.
Thank you.
Megan.
Thank you both so much. Okay, let's look at the bottom of your screen again. Yukon Party leading in 3 seats, NDP in 1, 17 seats to come. And again, for this election, the magic number is 11. So with all of that, let's go back to Callie and she can break down some of the numbers for us. Callie?
Yeah, let's take a look at this map. Starting to fill in here. We're getting somewhere, but we'll just dive in to one riding in particular. So this is Porter Creek North. This is Geraldine Van Bibber's riding previously. She was a Yukon Party candidate. She won this riding handily the last time around. And right now we've got Doris Anderson, another Yukon Party candidate, in the lead. She's got 37 votes ahead of Chris Dunbar, the NDP candidate. He's got 25 votes so far, but only 1 of 7 polls reporting so far. So, still very early in the night here, Megan.
Okay, thank you so much, Callie. And just worth noting for everyone that Doris is actually the mother of one of our panelists. So there's definitely, some nerves on this side of the table. With that said, let's go to Julian Green at the Yukon Party headquarters. Julian, I understand that you have a guest to share with us.
Hi, Megan. Yes, I do. I have Yvonne Clark, who's running in Whistle Bend North. That's a brand new riding among 2, Whistle Bend North, Whistle Bend South. We have no results in for this riding quite yet, but Yvonne Clark has been gracious enough to spend a little bit of time talking to us about how the campaign and her riding has gone. Yvonne, thanks for making the time. How has the campaign gone? What were you hearing?
Oh, the campaign has been, I started very early. I've been the MLA for 4.5 years. in Porter Creek Center, and then they divided that into 3 ridings. But for 4.5 years, I was the MLA. And so I've been always visiting my constituency in Whistle Bend. And so campaign is really, really nice because I'm no longer a stranger. I have connected with a lot of residents in the riding. So campaign has been really good for me.
I guess how has it been really good, and what are the top issues? I've heard a few of them, among other things, traffic congestion, lots of construction, few businesses in the neighborhood, what have you been hearing?
I've been hearing the top one basically is the traffic. There's a lot of people in Whistle Bend South and Whistle Bend North. I think after the phases are done, there's going to be 10,000 people living there, and that's just a lot. There's one way in, one way out, and traffic is really, really a challenge for a lot of people. I have a constituent who went to a doctor's appointment, and it took him 45 minutes from Whistle Bend to the hospital, and that's really not good. That's one, and then there is the electricity, the cost of electricity. As you know, Whistle Bend is basically it's heated with electricity. And a lot of my constituents are not very happy with the cost of the bills that they're getting.
And your party has pledged to slash, that proposed electricity bill increase. What are your constituents, or your the voters saying about that campaign pledge?
They are very happy with that 34%. We're not going to. Basically, we don't want the ratepayers or taxpayers to pay for that, and they're very happy with the Yukon Party platform in terms of ensuring that there will be good energy policies so that the cost of electricity is not going very, very high.
Thanks, Yvonne.
Thank you.
That's Yvonne Clark, the Yukon Party candidate for the brand new riding of Whistle Bend North. She says that the top issues in her riding are rising electricity rates and traffic. Megan.
Okay. Julian, thank you so much. Let's go to our panel now, and we can find out what you guys think about what the top issues are for this campaign, for this election, and maybe, elections past, because there are some repeat offenders here when it comes to issues. Why don't I start with you, Liz?
Sure, and I think, clearly one of the biggest issues is healthcare. Accessibility to doctors. Kate White has put forward a number of solid propositions with respect to ways of recruiting and retaining medical professionals, training our own people to become nurses by expanding establishing an RN program at Yukon University, and ensuring that those people who go out, medical professionals of all sorts, they come back, we will basically provide them their tuition if they work for us as Yukoners for 5 years. So healthcare is a big one. Affordability generally, we're hearing it in all different ways. Kate and the NDP worked with the Liberals to put make sure that rents were tied to inflation, and I think that's really important. That's an aspect of affordability. There's so many other aspects that link to that. And in terms of the commitments that we've made as a territory, Kate is the one that pushed the Yukon Liberals to deliver on actually moving forward on the successor resource legislation so that Yukon will receive some return, modernizing our legislation first of all, and then actually having some basis for financial investment in this territory and retention of the monies that flow out of this territory from our non-renewable resources. So, she's got a broad spectrum of issues that the party has been focusing on, but it's done in partnership with First Nations governments and primarily, and at all levels, at all times, talking with people, not at them.
Okay. Tiffany, you were on our panel in 2021 as well. I'm just wondering if any of the issues we're talking about today in this election are kind of popping up for you as ones that were in the last election and maybe others before.
A last election, housing was a huge issue, and it continues to be a huge issue. With my day job, we have landlords and we have tenants, and we've seen firsthand the damage that rent cap has actually done and delivered to Yukon and affordability. So it actually does the opposite of what its intention is. And so housing remains to be a chronic offender. And I always think about if people don't have a safe place to go home or call their home or they're comfortable going, how do we actually expect them to go out and vote, right? So I think solving that housing issue has to be on the highest list of priorities, but also having a balanced economy as well. Like, it's so easy to say that everyone's going to get something, but there is a true cost to that, and being responsible, being fiscally responsible with that is a huge thing. But what I'm hearing from last time is housing and a responsible economy, and all the other ones are going to be ones that what the Yukon Party has really delivered in their platform is what they heard from the Yukon constituents, and that's what they've tried to address.
Okay, I'll go to you, Kalani, in just 1 second. I just want to say we have one more Yukon Party leading seat. So now it's Yukon Party leading in 4 seats, NDP in 1, still 16 seats to come. So we still have a long night ahead of us, a lot of seats yet to come. But Kluani, let's share your thoughts on what we were just talking about.
Yeah, it's early.
I mean, yeah, it's still super early.
I go back to the health authority. While not perfect, it took a lot of work to get that done. And for us to have 2 parties that are overtly committed to doing that, the NDP and the Yukon Liberals, that's really important. Yukon Party has indicated that they're not so certain and or not at the point where they see that being the best solution. That concerns me because there's been a lot of work done. Another, I think, issue, as Tiffany spoke to, housing, clearly an issue. And I've been on both sides of that, actually. I'm a homeowner myself, but I also rented out my place and rented. And so I know that if I, as a renter myself, even doing that 5%, the fact that market rent is so high is like comparable to, if not more than, downtown Vancouver. Like, that feels crazy. And I think about the families that are really struggling, even, whether 1 or 2 incomes. And I'm just really concerned that we're building a situation where only those who have access to generational wealth can buy a home. And if you can't afford to live here, then good luck with social housing because you're going to be put on a list. And I just, that to me is a problem. So I think that there's lots of different perspectives of the rent cap. That wasn't a Liberal policy. We know that. That was, definitely through the Casca Agreement. So I think there's a lot of ideas out there that we really do need to look at. I don't know if any single one is the best at this point in time, but I think that there is a lot that can be said. And then lastly, something that hasn't, I would say, had a huge push, but as a mother of a 2.5-year-old, is like, what are we doing for our kids? We've got the subsidy that's available right now, and I really hope, and I haven't seen a lot, and I stand to be corrected. It's looking like everyone's committed to keeping that in place, but can we double down on that? And can we look at making more investments into early childhood? The daycare teachers of my daughter, I'm just amazed at what they do, and I know that they are way underpaid. So I'd like to see there be a lot more investments into kids, into education, and particularly the First Nation School Board.
Okay.
And that includes education for daycare workers as well, because that's one of the commitments Kate has made, because that's a big challenge. If I may, one of the things about affordability, when I got elected in 2010, but then in 2011, when we were the official opposition, housing was a huge issue. And part of the issue is we created the problem. The Yukon Party stopped developing lots in the mid-2000s. And then they went, oops, we need to build it. And then they said, no, Yukon government, instead of selling in the lots at development costs, we're going to do it at market price. You created demand, and then you've got an inflated demand. We got a history here that we keep forgetting, and
It's not me, though.
No, we. I said we. We have a history here.
Guys, I will leave it there for now.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Housing, I mean, we could talk about it all night,
forever.
right?
Yeah.
So many of these issues
Yeah.
are so important. We have some results rolling in. So Yukon Party now leading in 5, NDP now leading in 2. And just a quick note for our viewers outside of the Yukon, when Kluani was talking about the CASA agreement, the confidence and supply agreement between the Yukon Liberals and Yukon NDP. So with all of that, let's go now to Callie, who can tell us more about these results. Callie.
I'm going to take you through 2 of the ridings of some leaders here, Megan. So first of all, we're going to look at Whitehorse West. As I said earlier, this is Mike Pemberton, Premier Mike Pemberton's riding. He is in 3rd right now. Laura Lang, the Yukon Party candidate, is in the lead. She's got 46 votes ahead of NDP candidate Catherine McCallum. So a little bit of a lead there. We do have only 1 of 8 polls reporting there so far, so more to come. But yes, Laura Lang taking the lead for now. And then we're going to take you to Takini. This is Kate White's riding, incumbent Kate White, leader of the NDP party, and she has 14 votes ahead of Yukon Party candidate Logan Freeze, and then Liberal candidate Abdullah Khalid is trailing there right now, but only 1 of 8 polls reporting so far, so much more to come there.
Thank you so much, Callie. And again, worth noting, these are, as we mentioned before, advanced ballots and also special ballots that are reporting right now. So we do have lots and lots of numbers, lots of votes to come in. For now, let's go to Luke Carroll with the NDP at the NDP headquarters. Luke.
Yeah, that's right, Megan. So Kate White just showed up here at the NDP headquarters. It's a pretty crowded space. You can probably hear people hanging out behind me. But I'm joined with Francois Picard. He's the campaign co-director for the NDP. So, Francois, to start with, tell me, what was the #1 issue you heard from voters while out door knocking this election?
Yeah, we've heard a lot about healthcare and how we need to improve our healthcare system in the Yukon. And the other one that I can't not mention is the cost of living crisis. Whether that's power bills, cost of food, and housing, Yukoners really are looking for a relief when it comes to cost of living.
And 3 incumbents, but you're running with a lot of new candidates to territorial politics. How did you guys recruit candidates for this election?
I mean, I think the work that Kate as leader and Lane and Annie, our other 2 incumbents, have done over the last 4 years did a lot of that work for us, to be quite honest. We've assembled an incredible team of candidates. They're rooted in their communities. They're people that have been fighting for their communities for years, and now they're just taking it to the political scene.
And how would you describe the campaign strategy this election?
I mean, I think for us, it was about showcasing that team and that leader who people know. People know Kate. She's been an MLA for a long time, and she's delivered. So it's really about showing that team are people that Yukoners can trust to fight for them.
And it's been a bit of a low voter turnout so far. Does that surprise you at all?
It is surprising, honestly. We've felt a lot of energy on the ground on our campaign. We've talked to almost twice as many people we talked in the previous campaign, so we had a strong presence on the ground, and we're excited to see the results come in.
And what results are you expecting tonight?
I mean, we've been saying from the start, we're hoping to give Yukoners a government that they can count on, a government that's going to tackle the cost of living crisis and really work with our frontline healthcare workers to make our system better and make sure that things like community health center closures for weeks or months just never happen again.
All right, Francois Picard, that's the campaign co-director for the NDP. Megan?
Thank you so much, Luke. Okay, we are now going to Liberal Party HQ. Gabrielle Plonka is standing by with a guest there. Gabrielle.
Yes, absolutely. So as we've already discussed tonight, lots of new faces on the tickets for the Liberals tonight. So let's talk to Derek. Yeah, Derek, you are running for office for the first time.
Yes.
What made you decide to run?
I just decided I've been in the Yukon for over 20 years and it's time to try something new. So I decided to put my name forward and run.
And what was it like?
It was amazing. Like, Yukoners are just a fantastic group of people. Nothing but encouraging faces and encouraging words and lots of support. Really had a good time.
All right, if you had to give somebody advice, somebody who also hadn't run yet and was thinking about it, what would you say to them?
Oh, absolutely. You have to do it. It's an amazing experience, and it's a great way to meet your fellow neighbors and friends in the Yukon.
Did you have a favorite part?
Just being out with people and being available to answer questions, you know. Like, we got a lot of things going on in the territory people want to know about and want to have some answers and solutions to. So I was happy to be there to provide some answers to some good questions.
Well, thank you so much. That's Derek Yap. Back to you, Megan.
Gabrielle, thank you so much for that. Okay, we are getting more results coming in and in and in. Yukon Party leading in 6, Yukon NDP leading in 3 with 12 seats to come and many more votes to be counted. Let's go to Callie now and she can tell us where all of these results are coming in.
Thanks, Megan. Let's drill down into Whitehorse here. Take a look. So in the lead right now in Riverdale South, Aurora Viernes is in the lead, 22 votes ahead of NDP Justin Ziegler. You know, only one of 8 polls reporting so far, but an early lead there. And I will say, you know, I spent some time in Riverdale driving around there, and you really saw signs for all of the parties there. So it was a toss-up on where that one was going to go. Next to Watson Lake, Ross River, Faro. This is one of those districts where the lines have really been redrawn. This is Casca territory, and Josie O'Brien, she is from Ross River. She is a Casca, you know, a Casca person, and so she's taken the lead there, the NDP candidate, 27 votes ahead of incumbent Patty McLeod with the Yukon Party, but only one of 9 polls reporting in Watson Lake, Ross River, Faro. Now to Porter Creek Center, where Ted Laking, the former city councillor and candidate for the Yukon Party, is in the lead. He is ahead of Hillary Smith, the NDP candidate. He's got 124 votes right now. So, you know, a pretty solid majority there lead ahead of both the NDP and Liberal candidates right now. But early so far, only one of 7 polls reporting right now.
Thank you so much, Callie. And when Callie says early, she means early. Right now we have 1,000 votes counted or reported, so we are still early days, Chris. But that doesn't mean we can't take a look at the results and see what they're telling us.
It's time to look at the vote share here. It's very interesting. I mean, obviously, these numbers extraordinarily early. Not only are we just at about 1,000 votes, we're at 10 polls reporting out of 158 across the entire territory. But the Yukon Party looking very good on 57.4%. You see the NDP at 36.2% and the Liberals at just 6.2%. There's also one independent candidate running, and at last count, he had exactly 1 vote, possibly his own. But looking good for the Yukon Party thus far, but we're going to see a lot of movement still. The Yukon Party up 1 seat, the NDP 2, and at the expense of the Liberals. So very interesting. Obviously, we're going to see the drama board generate some more drama, bounce around a little bit more. But right now, I mean, the NDP's got to feel at least optimistic. They look to be leading in the ridings that you would expect. Watson Lake, Ross River, Faro is very interesting because that has been steadfast Yukon Party territory for a long, long time. The formerly known as Watson Lake. If that riding with its new boundaries has some significant political changes inside it, that would be very interesting, but of course, very early numbers, so too early to draw hard conclusions on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Although they are early numbers, it is worth noting the Liberals are not on the board yet. Right now, it's just the Yukon Party and the NDP leading in a total of 9 seats, and we have 12 more to come, and of course many more votes to come. Right now only reporting 1,000 votes. Now that we have some of these results rolling in slow but sure, let's go to Julian. He is at the Yukon Party. Julian.
Yeah, thanks, Megan. I'm here. It's getting busier and busier, as I'm sure you can hear. Lots of people now. The room is full, or just about. And I'm joined now with Geraldine Van Bibber. Of course, you may recognize her name. She was a former MLA with the Yukon Party, was elected in 2016. Now, during the campaign, she's been working as the campaign chair, she tells me. She's been kind enough to spend say a few words and spend a little bit of time with us. So Geraldine, I'd like to ask you about the slate. I know that there are many women running as well as many Yukon First Nations candidates, in fact, more than other parties. Can you tell me a little bit about that and sort of the thought that went into it?
Well, I think when Curry was putting together a team, he was able to attract a wide variety of candidates, and obviously what we were offering to Yukoners appealed to those candidates, whether they were women, First Nations, Filipinos, even men.
So, I mean, there are 6 Yukon First Nations candidates. You are also Yukon First Nations. Tell me about how that feels for you.
Oh, it feels wonderful. I think we give a good voice to all spectrum of Yukon society, and I think it'll be a good rundown when we finish this evening, and if those candidates are successful, watch out Yukon.
Which ridings are you watching tonight? I've noticed that you've been watching our program. There's a screen just behind me. What ridings are you watching this time around?
Well, even though I'm a rural or urban MLA, Porter Creek North, I have a fondness for the rural areas. So Dawson, Klondike, my home area, and of course Mayo, Tachin, all have a special place for me. So I'm just keeping my fingers crossed.
All in all, how has this campaign gone?
Very well. I think it's gone smoothly for us. We've worked hard. We've knocked on doors. We've met so many people who have given us their stories and how we possibly could help, and it's been very well received.
Hopes, expectations for the rest of the night?
Well, let's keep hoping those numbers on our side go up. That's it.
Okay, thank you. That's Geraldine Van Bibber. She is the Yukon Party's campaign chair. Megan.
Thank you so much, Julian. Okay, we are seeing these results. Yukon Party leading in 6, NDP leading in 3, Liberals not on the board yet. Chris, there is a lot that's different about this election, yet there's some things that are a little bit the same. So tell us that.
Yeah, there's some things, just looking at some of the numbers that are coming in and some of the ridings that are reporting. Again, with the caveat, of course, we're very early. We still don't have a ton of votes, but just some things to note. Takini, the seat of NDP leader Kate White, she is out in front, not a surprise there. Perhaps a bit of a surprise is that Klondike result. Now, granted, again, that is one poll, and we expect that probably to favor the Yukon Party. That was Yukon Party territory for many, many years under Peter Jenkins and others, former cabinet minister in Dawson City. Riverdale South, traditionally not been a huge area of strength for the Yukon Party, but yet they are leading early in that riding. And if I just call out my figures here, again, so some things that are the same. Porter Creek seats, Yukon Party out in front in Porter Creek North and Porter Creek Center. Ted Laking by a big margin in Porter Creek Center. Whitehorse West, another traditional Yukon Party riding. Yukon Party leading there. And Kluane as well, where Wade-Ischenko running against John Vandermeer with no Liberal. Some rumblings that maybe Wade-Ischenko might be in trouble, or there was some complaints about him in Kluane. Maybe an opening for the NDP. Again, a lot of vote to come in, but so far it's going well for Wade-Ischenko. So.
Well, let's actually dive deeper into some of those results and a possible path. Again, early days, but a possible path for the Yukon Party to take a majority. So. Let's take a look at where they are on the board right now. Again, this is just a path. Right now, they are leading or elected in 7 seats. This is the Yukon Party. They need 11 for a majority. Now, there are still 12 more seats to come, 11 more seats to come now, because now the Yukon Party has 7 seats. Yeah, there's the math. And of those seats still to come, 7 are incumbents. So that puts them over what they need for the majority. So this is one path. We still have lots of votes to be counted. We're still waiting on 11 seats, but this is one way that the Yukon Party could get to a possible majority tonight. Right now they are leading or elected in 7, and NDP is 3, Liberals still not on the board. Let's go to Callie and she can tell us where all of this movement is happening. Callie.
So I'd like to look at some of the rural districts, if you don't mind. We are going to start here in Klondike, pardon me. So in Klondike, we have had a couple more votes come in, but this one, so Brent McDonald still in the lead here with 22 votes over Richard Nagano. And then to Watson Lake, Ross River, and Faro, Patty McLeod is the incumbent, has held this seat since 2011. But so far, Josie O'Brien in the lead here with 27 votes over the Yukon Party candidate right now. And then in Kluane, Wade Ishtenko, this is the district that Chris was just talking about here. Ishtenko is in the lead, 57 votes ahead of the NDP candidate John Vandermeer with 125 votes there. And we did have, this is a little bit different. We see some more votes coming in, and Ishtenko is pulling a little bit more in the lead here right now, but we'll see. And then last but not least, Southern Lakes. So Southern Lakes, this was the district that was combined with another one, was John Stryker's district, who was a cabinet minister, very popular in that district. But Tyler Porter's got that 1 vote lead right now in the lead, the Yukon Party candidate over, it's 4-3-2-1 here for Yukon Party, NDP, Liberals, and J.M. Harvey there with the NDP candidate.
I just love that board. I love that it hasn't moved since we brought it back. 1, 2, 3, 4. What a board. Thank you so much, Kelly. Let's go now to Luke Carroll. He is at NDP headquarters. Luke.
Yeah, I'm joined by Tiara Tops. She is the candidate for Whistle Bend North. She is also a nurse. Thank you for joining me, Tiara.
Yes, thank you for having me.
To start with, tell me, you're a nurse. Why did you get involved in politics?
Nursing in and of itself is inherently political. Every decision made that affects patients and staff is a political decision, and so nurses deserve to be at the table where the decisions are being made.
And what drew you to the NDP party?
The NDP have always stood behind healthcare workers, and Kate is a phenomenal leader, and my values align with their values, and so it made sense. They've always stood on the side of healthcare.
And what, if you are elected, if your party does form government, what would you like to see change in healthcare? What would be your top priority?
How much time do you have? But in reality, there's lots of gaps in our healthcare system. I could go on and on about different staffing shortages and coverage that isn't covered, but those decisions will be made tomorrow if that happens.
And I know you said healthcare has always been political, but was there one incident, one thing that happened to you that you saw happen that really drove you towards politics?
I've always been a political person, but I would have to say the issue around retention bonuses for nurses being discriminatory towards those that were pregnant and on maternity leave, that was a really big push where I was like, the government doesn't actually listen to healthcare workers, and they don't actually see us the value that we have and that we add back into the Yukon.
And final question for you, what are your expectations for tonight?
I don't know, it's out of my hands now, and it's in control of Whistle Bend North, and so we're just happy to be here, and I think I left it all out on the field. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. Tiara Tops, candidate for Whistle Bend North. Megan.
Thank you so much, Luke. Okay, so we showed you that one path to a possible majority for the Yukon Party. We are still early. The early results looking pretty good for the Yukon Party. Let's go now to our panel to gather some of their thoughts on what we're seeing right now and what you think that it means for Yukoners and what they want. So, Kalani, as you're watching these numbers, and they've just changed again. So now the Yukon Party is leading in 8 seats, NDP in 3. So what are you making of these numbers and what it speaks to about what Yukoners are voting for?
Yeah, I mean, some of these numbers are higher than others. Some of them are by like two votes. So, you know, I think again we're all eagerly sort of like watching this and waiting. You know, there is a path. There's a path to a minority government. There's a path to a majority government. I didn't always think this way, but I actually do feel like when we're in a minority government situation, it forces people to work together. And I know that there is sort of this perhaps position that the NDP may have limited themselves by supporting the Liberal government. I actually don't think that's the case. The Liberal government got some really critical commitments that they identified. We're able to get those across the finish line by collaborating. And you know, having been in this political space for, you know, nearly 8 years serving as a regional chief, and before that in and around the political circles. I worked for Cabinet Office, to be very clear, for former Minister Frost. So I have a sense of how this all works. And I think that, again, the minority government situation is one that can actually be very compelling to get things done, as much as some would say, well, no. Because when you're in a majority government situation, there's not a lot of opportunity to bring forward new ideas that will be supported by another government purely for partisanship. Like, let's be honest. So I think that we are also in a very hyper-partisan moment. I acknowledge that even within myself, but it is something that I think about, and I just really hope that whomever becomes government tonight, whether you're minority or majority, you don't take that for granted. You know, you don't take a minority government as a loss. Like, I've seen that happen before, and I think that that's really poor leadership, respectfully. You know, people have put you there. The numbers will speak for themselves, and it's a matter of acknowledging and accepting that and carrying on and finding the best path forward with those who have also been elected.
Okay, and I'll just point, you know, as we're talking about minority versus majority, the Yukon Party now leading in another seat. So now it's Yukon Party leading in 9 seats, NDP in 3. Tiffany, what do you think of this discussion, majority versus minority, and what are you reading into these early results tonight?
Well, the results are really good. I think that just goes to show you the work that the Yukon Party's put in there into getting that message out with the people and saying, they're delivering a message saying we're ready to change. We're ready to change right now. And so people are obviously very early on have heeded that call and are wanting the change. I've actually, again, I totally don't represent anybody, but I really disliked the CAST agreement. I've been very vocal about that as well, because I felt like, as a citizen who went out and voted, it actually robbed my vote. Because if I wanted to hold up one government, I would have voted for that government. And by those two parties coming together and forming their own government, they actually took away my power and gave it into someone else. So I'm going to be a fan as well. While governments may want to work together, that will ultimately decide. The people will decide what they want, and I think the decision tonight will really kind of indicate what the impact of the CASA was. And so to sum it up, I'm very excited about the results. Again, I do acknowledge that it is very early on, though, and we'll see what kind of change is going to happen.
And just as we're going around to each of you, the numbers change every time someone talks. So right now, the Yukon Party leading in 11 seats. So that is majority territory. I know that we're early in the numbers, but the Yukon Party now leading in 11 seats. So that is majority territory. I want to break that down with Kelly. Liz, I'll go to you really quickly. I know this is a topic that is not a quick one that we were just discussing, but if you could sum it up for me in a couple of sentences.
Well, I think it's really early. I'm not taking too much, not too worried about this early lead, because I think we've seen it's one poll, really. Let's come back to that in a little bit.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go now to Chris, and he can break down a little bit about what's happening on the bottom of the screen. Chris?
Yeah, we're not only just seeing new ridings come in as the panelists are speaking, we're also seeing poll by poll coming in, and the number of polls are rising really quickly now. We're up to 15% of polls reporting, so that's 24 out of 158 territory-wide. But what this means for the vote share is very interesting. The Yukon Party is well clear of 50% and are holding steady well clear of 50%. The other thing to look at, obviously, this is a good night for the NDP, by the way. Don't want to give them short shrift. They're up 11% over the last election, so they'll be happy to see that. But we are seeing in progress, and again, with the caveat, there are plenty more polls to report, but an utter collapse. The Liberals are hemorrhaging votes right now, and this is, well, it's clearly bad. Fewer votes, for breathtaking political analysis, fewer votes are bad when you're running for political office. This is why we get paid the big bucks here. But the Yukon Party +4, obviously you can see on the mini board, they are well into majority territory here, and if these trends hold up, they're going to add some more seats to those totals. The NDP +1, they'd like to see that a little higher, but the signs are not looking good for the Liberals tonight. I mean, that's plain to see. We're still in a small sample size kind of territory, but it's hard to come back from 6% of the vote.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see when these numbers start to firm up, if this picture holds, if it changes. We've seen a lot change in Yukon politics, but for the time being, let's go to Callie and she can explain where these numbers are coming from, what ridings are producing these numbers, Callie.
Those results are coming in fast and furious, so kudos to whoever's counting the ballots. You're doing it really quickly. Let's take a look here. Whitehorse Centre. So this is incumbent Lane Treasure's riding. They won this riding handily last time, so a bit of a surprise potentially for the NDP there. Keith Jacobson, the Yukon Party candidate, is in the lead with 21 votes ahead of Treasure. Early so far, one of 8 polls counted so far, but anyways, I'll say more about that later. Let's go now to Copperbelt South. Incumbent Scott Kent, Yukon Party's Scott Kent, in the lead in Copperbelt South with 154 votes over the NDP's Robin Reid Fraser. Reid Fraser has 105 votes right now, and that's 2 of 7 polls reporting. So, a pretty comfortable lead for Kent so far. Now, in Mountain View, a tie between Peter Grunmanis, the Yukon Party candidate, longtime educator, and Kwanlin councillor Linda Moen. A tie there. 3 of 8 polls reporting so far. That's really interesting. We'll see how that one goes. Wouldn't be the first time that there was a tie in a riding, right, Chris?
Yeah. The Vuntut Gwitchin tie.
Vuntut Gwitchin tied in 2021. So,
yeah, absolutely.
We have seen it before. I'm sure, hopefully not, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, it's always close to call in many Yukon ridings. You'll see now the Yukon Party is now at 11 seats. Leading in 11 seats, the NDP leading in 4. We are now at 3,000 votes that are in the system. So we're moving away from that early territory to maybe the early medium territory. We're not like medium rare yet. Let's go to Julian with the Yukon Party and see what it's like at the headquarters with these numbers starting to come in.
Hi again, Megan. Yeah, I'm here at the Gold Rush Hotel in downtown Whitehorse. Filling up. I mean, it's near full, packed to the gills with many candidates, party faithful. As the results have started to pour in, there has been several rounds of cheering. People seem really elated even, and just behind me over my shoulder, there's a large crowd that's gathered round to watch our show. We've got, more tables have been brought out, more chairs, the food's starting to go. The bar, like I said, remains popular, more popular now, I think maybe with the results starting to trickle in. And I do have a guest for you. Jason Bilski is the former CEO of the Yukon Hospital Corporation. The Yukon Party has several campaign promises baked into its platform. That includes, for instance, getting more doctors up from the U.S., but not just the U.S., other countries as well. It's also proposed to review the health authority, many other issues, and Jason Bilski is now here with us to tell us a little bit more. Hello, Jason.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm not so bad. So let's talk healthcare. What do you make of the platform when it comes to healthcare? What are the most salient details for you?
Yeah, a thriving Yukon really requires a very robust healthcare system. And I think that right now, today and going forward is going to require significant investment in that healthcare system. And investment in people, and that's what speaks to me in the platform, is attracting healthcare professionals. And not just one shade of healthcare professional, but all shades of healthcare professionals, working with all of the different associations and regulatory bodies as partners to attract and retain those healthcare professionals. I like the platform that speaks to investment in systems, investment in facilities, investments in services. Hospitals are going to require a major expansion. Long-term care requires more beds to keep up with the population growth and the aging population that we have, and also, home care to keep up with that aging population. So, I guess the theme that I'm looking at is investment in our healthcare system, which is required right now.
And also, I believe that the surgery backlog, comes up in the platform. Also, the Yukon Party has pledged to do like a blitz, they call it, to really cut through some of that backlog. What do you think of that promise?
I think that's a logistical problem that needs to be solved. People expect to be taken care of, right place at the right time, and surgeries are really important to people. You and I can only imagine if a loved one is waiting for a surgery, and it takes time. It's complex, that's for sure, because it requires the right facilities, the right people, but it also requires a bed capacity. Having that bed capacity to make sure that people are taken care of safely after. So it is a logistical complex problem, but this is where I think the Yukon Party can be pragmatic about its approach to deliver that.
Getting more doctors is one thing, but processing, getting through all that paperwork, what do you think needs to happen there when it comes to making sure that, it's one thing to attract, it's another to get them here quickly. How can that happen?
That's a great question, another complex question. I think that the best thing to always do is work with the professional body that's representing, say, physicians or pharmacists or nurses. When you partner with those bodies, you'll actually understand what some of those rub points are, what the pain points are, and hopefully alleviate as many as you can. I agree, red tape. I agree, billing issues. I agree that that's not what people who really want to care for people have signed up for. That the administrative burden, that doesn't help. What they want to be doing is actually caring for patients, and that's what's really important. And we'll actually retain people in the territory.
Thanks, Jason.
Thanks very much.
That's Jason Bilski, the former CEO of the Yukon Hospital Corporation. Back to you, Megan.
Thank you so much, Julian. We are now having a projection to make. You'll see the Yukon Party leading in 10 seats, NDP in 5. One of those 10 seats we have a projection for. It is Brad Cathers. We are projecting he will be elected in Lake Lebarge. He is the incumbent, and if he stays for his full term here, sometime within that term, he will become the longest serving MLA in the Yukon's history. 2 of 8 polls reporting we are projecting that Brad Cathers will keep his seat. So, Chris, we heard some tears. Maybe not a huge amount of surprise at this table for Brad Cathers getting his seat again, but I know you have some other seats to talk about.
Death taxes and Brad Cathers winning in Lake Lebarge. I mean, that's just, he does it election after election. We're going to talk about where the Liberal vote has gone and the vote share that the Yukon Party is getting. The Yukon Party is still well over 50%, as you can see. And you can see that the Liberals remain in full collapse. And a big question, again, we had a lot of evidence suggesting that the Liberals were going to be in trouble tonight. And the big question that was going to decide this election is where that Liberal vote went. Well, it's going to the Yukon Party mostly. The NDP also picking up a good portion, nothing to sneeze at, nearly 10%. But this is the thing is that the Liberals in this territory, obviously Liberal parties vary from territory to province and so on. But the Liberals are a very centrist sort of Chamber of Commerce party here, and a lot of their voters clearly comfortable with going to a center-right party like the Yukon Party. So they've seen that migration to the Yukon Party tonight. And I mean, so far that's the story.
Yeah, and I mean, another Yukon Party seat projected or elected there are now at 11. And it's also worth noting 11 ridings, there are less than 70 votes in between the first and second candidates in 11 ridings. Less than 70 votes. So a classic Yukon toss-up right now in a number of ridings. Let's go to Callie and she can show us where some of this action is happening. Callie?
Yeah, let's take a look at where this is going on. So we're going to look at some ridings here where the Yukon Party is doing really strong. So we've got Adam Gurley leading by 76 votes over Dario Paola, Dario Paola is the NDP candidate there. So strong lead from the Yukon Party right now with 3 of 7 polls reporting there. And then Riverdale North, we've got Carmen Gustafson with just 8 votes, just an 8-vote lead over Rose Sellers, the Yukon Party's Rose Sellers there. So, you know, pretty close right now. And then again, Mike Pemberton's riding, the current premier, but the Yukon Party candidate Laura Lang, with a healthy lead there, 106 votes ahead of the NDP candidate Catherine McCallum. So 3 of 8 votes so far, but yeah, some strong showing for the Yukon Party and the NDP right now in those ridings.
Yeah, the Liberal Party still not on the board, and Mike Pemberton, Liberal leader, the Premier going into all of this, trailing pretty far behind right now. The Yukon Party now leading or elected in 11 seats, so that's still majority territory, and the NDP at 5 seats, so still a gain over that. Chris, let's bring you in right now, and we can talk more about, you know, where the numbers are going and maybe how the NDP is performing specifically.
Well, the NDP, again, maybe Liz can speak to this a little more, but 40% is great for the NDP. It would be amazing for the NDP were it not for the fact that the Yukon Party is at 52%. So that is a problem. The big issue, I mean, some of the things that are surprising me is that, you know, we see the Yukon Party leading in Whitehorse Centre. That is unheard of. They've never won that riding, ever. And the NDP leading in Klondike, and that is more than just small sample size. We've got a number of polls, 4 of 8 polls reporting, and the NDP leading in what has traditionally been Yukon Party territory. So that's very interesting. So there are bright spots for the NDP here, but it's just that, you know, I mean, the Yukon Party is just bulldozing the Liberals basically right now.
Well, let's go to the Yukon NDP headquarters now. We can see how they're reacting in the room. Luke Carroll is there to tell us all about it.
Yeah, Megan, so it's been, I feel a bit bad for the DJ here. We've been a bit of a buzzkill. We keep asking them to turn down the music for our interviews. It's definitely been a bit of a party vibe. There was a big reaction when the Carmen Gustafson's lead was announced just a few minutes ago. Anyways, I am joined by Saba Javed, who is the communications director of the Yukon NDP. She also previously worked on Manitoba Premier Wab Kinu's campaign. Saba, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So to start off, why did you join the Yukon NDP party?
Yeah, it was actually the first caucus that I worked for. I grew up in the Yukon, and I, really believe in the vision that Kate has and the Yukon NDP. I've seen the work that they've done for Yukoners like myself, my family, my friends, my neighbors, and so, ever since I was young, I've supported the Yukon NDP. I've had the chance to work with them. I've worked on other campaigns down south, and I've come back home because I love what the Yukon NDP has to offer to Yukoners.
And yeah, you mentioned the campaigns down south. Tell me about some stuff you learned from working on Premier Wab Kinu's campaign that you brought back to this campaign.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that you'll notice is the similarity on healthcare. Really, we hear from Manitobans, and we heard the same thing from Yukoners on this campaign. People want better healthcare, and the NDP has a strong track record on delivering better healthcare. The vision that Kate laid out during this campaign was one of staffing up the system by respecting frontline workers. Really proud to say that our slate has 2 frontline workers, Hillary Smith, a registered nurse, and Tira Tops, an LPN who's worked in home care. So we have a vision to make healthcare better, to lower wait times, to invest in the hospital, and give healthcare workers the respect they've been asking for. And that's something that we're seeing in Manitoba with great success under Premier Wab Kinu.
And we know if Kate White does form government, she would be the first Yukon-born premier. Being from here, what does that mean to you?
it's really exciting. You know, I've seen over the years how much love Kate has for this place. Whether you were born here or you grew up here or, you know, it's your first year here, we're here because we love the Yukon and we want it to be better. And as, you know, someone who grew up here, Kate has always loved this place. She's left and she's come back, and she's committed to Yukoners, and she's shown that in her time with the NDP, and I'm very excited to hopefully see a Premier Kate White tonight.
All right, so that is Saba Javid. She's the communications director with the Yukon NDP, hoping to see Kate White become Premier tonight. Megan?
Thank you so much, Luke. Worth noting really quickly, Curry Dixon, if he became Premier, also would be the first Yukon-born Premier. So either Kate White or Curry Dixon could get that honor. Let's go to Gabrielle now at the Liberal HQ. The Liberals are not quite on the board yet. I see you have a guest there to talk to us more about what's happening, Gabby.
Yeah, I would say that the numbers haven't affected the energy in the room here yet. We have lots of new candidates. Many of them are here with friends and family, and the energy is still really excited. But let's talk about the numbers. I have outgoing Minister John Stryker here, who helped out with the campaign a little bit. So how are you feeling looking at those numbers as they stand right now?
Well, the first numbers that we're seeing are just those earliest of polls, often the special ballots and the advanced polls, and I'm not sure that they give a clear indication yet. I think overall we knew we were in a tough battle because we had been in power for 9 years, and because our cabinet decided not to reoffer. So that made a tough road for Mike and the team, but he assembled a really great team. And so from the early part of it, I don't draw too much conclusion. I think we've got to keep an eye on it, but I've never expected an easy run tonight.
What were some of the challenges you experienced this campaign?
Well, I think that there were a lot of issues. Like one of the ones that the Yukon always faces is that this is an amazing place and people love this place, but we don't see some of the similarities to problems across the country, and so it can come down hard on folk. And so the issues that people were facing, like housing, cost of living, healthcare, those were pretty universal issues. And I think all the parties saw that, and I think everyone, when they were at the doors, they heard that, and I think that's why each of the campaigns focused on that so much.
We were speaking a little bit before. There was a lower voter turnout this time around, and you were mentioning it was tough to find candidates too. Can you tell me more about that?
Yeah, I think what I heard from Elections Yukon is that the voter turnout's been 53%, and that is not very high for the Yukon. And typically the Yukon has outperformed other Canadian jurisdictions in voter turnout, so I think we should try and figure out why that is. I know that all the parties had a challenge finding candidates. The other two parties, the Yukon Party and the NDP, did field a full slate of candidates, but they didn't have that full slate right away. And that's knowing full well that the election had to have happened by today. And everybody knew that. And so I think that I mean, one of the things that I worry about is that sort of the effect of social media and some of the influence of American politics can be very polarizing, and that puts a negative sense out there for politicians. My wife is a nurse. She's one of the most respected professions that I know, and I'm a politician, and it's one of the least respected professions, but we really want to try and we want to encourage people to come forward, but it can be a very tough job. So I hope we turn that back around, because I think here in the Yukon we're much stronger when everybody's running positively and for the Yukon and just offering Yukoners a choice about what direction we want to head.
I mean, you spent a long time in the game yourself. What would you say to someone who's hesitant about putting their name forward?
Well, I did talk to lots of these potential candidates, because one of my jobs was to try and let these new candidates know what it's like to run and how to offer yourself in a positive way for your riding rather than against some other candidates. And so I always say to people, it's a really tough job, but it's also an incredibly rewarding job. Like you help to shape the direction of this territory. I don't know, there's many important jobs out there, but I happen to think this is a really important one. And so I've always believed that if every party puts forward great candidates, that I think we're going to get a great legislative assembly, and that's the best thing for the Yukon. So with candidates, I just try to tell them to just hold their head up and be positive. And for Yukoners, I tell them to please be respectful to all those amazing people that put their name forward to help represent us. It's a really hard job, and so maybe I should just give a shout out to all of the 61 candidates that ran in this election. I appreciated everybody putting their name forward.
Let's leave it there. Thanks very much. Megan?
Thank you so much, Gabrielle. Okay, we are looking at a majority territory for the Yukon NDP in terms of the seats that they are leading or elected in. Sorry, the Yukon Party in terms of the seats that they are leading or elected in. But it is the NDP I actually do want to talk about right now because we do have a projection to make. And that is that Kate White will keep her seat in Takini. Kate White, the leader of the Yukon NDP, leading over Yukon Party candidate Logan Freese with 153 votes. We are projecting she will be elected in Takini. This was formerly Takini Copper King, so there were some changes that were in this riding for Kate White, but she still holds on in the riding. She's been in that riding since 2011. And Liz Hansen saying she's now her MLA now that she's been projected elected.
So all of ours.
Oh, the whole panel, really.
No, not. Yeah.
So anyways, part of the panel. And there it is. That is the live shot at Yukon NDP headquarters. Everyone clapping, happy that Yukon NDP leader Kate White will keep her seat in Takini, formerly Takini Copper King. This is a seat she's held since 2011. And right now, the Yukon NDP leading or elected in 5 seats. So let's go to Callie now, and she can show us where some of these numbers, where some of these ridings are standing right now.
Let's take a look at this board, just for this map, for a quick second, Megan. Look at all that blue right now. I mean, a lot of strong showing, I would say, for the Yukon Party. We'll jump into a couple of these ridings real quick here. So, as we said earlier, Lake LaBarge projected that Brad Cathers will be elected, and he will, if elected, he will be the longest sitting MLA in the Yukon's history. So. That's one that the Yukon Party's got a very strong showing. And then in Kluane, the incumbent Wade Ishtenko, strong lead there. He's got 69 votes ahead of John Vandermeer, the NDP candidate. 5 of 11, so far. So that's about half polls reporting, or not quite half polls reporting. And then Watson Lake, Ross River, and Faro. That was incumbent after incumbent after incumbent. The Yukon Party candidate takes it. So, pretty strong there, but just a 45-vote lead over the NDP's Josie O'Brien in the Watson Lake, Ross River, and Faro riding for the moment. And then last but not least, we just heard Gabby speaking with John Stryker. This was part of his riding in the 2021 election, but looks like right now pretty close race between Jen Gamer, the Yukon Party candidate, and Kevin Kennedy, the NDP candidate. The Yukon Party candidate 35 votes ahead with 2 of 6 polls reporting so far. So, still lots of votes to come in that district there, but really strong showing for the Yukon Party.
Okay, thank you so much, Kelly. Let's go back now to the NDP headquarters where Luke is standing by with a guest. Luke.
Hey, so I'm standing here with Dario Paola. He is the candidate for Porter Creek South. He's also a former Liberal campaigner. So, Dario, thank you for joining me. To start off, why don't you tell me what brought you from the Liberal Party to the NDP?
So what brought me was values. So ultimately, at the end of the day, I decided that the NDP were going to be the ones that were closest to my values. After watching Kate, Annie, and Lane work tirelessly over 4 years, these are the people that I saw shared the same values that I did. And quite frankly, I'm witnessing the collapse of the Liberal Party in many ways, and I think that's because of the value shift, right? We're seeing that now, clearly breaking out, and that is something that, I witnessed from within, happening very early on, and that Yukoners need a party with values.
And when did you make the decision to shift? Was there one thing that pushed you over to the NDP specifically?
So, like I said, watching Kate and Lane and Annie over the last 4 years really made my shift. But I know I departed from the Liberal Party about 3 or 4 years ago. I knew they were no longer going to be my party. They didn't speak to me anymore in that case. And so now I'm where I'm at. Last year I decided that it was time to step up because the NDP were the ones really speaking to my values, and that was something that we needed to be showcasing more.
And we just showed the room after this. Kate White just won her seat again. Why don't you tell me a little bit about the reaction we heard here?
So the reaction is one of joy, and it's one that we all love Kate, and she works tirelessly for Yukoners. And I think people see that. I mean, that's the reason why she gets elected, right? Because she shows up time and time again for the people. And in the riding, as you know, Porter Creek South took on parts of Takini with the new electoral boundaries. And when I got to go through with Kate and speaking to people that she used to represent, the love and adoration that they had for her was clear. And it's because she shows up for people, because it matters. People really matter.
And what do you think this election is about?
I think this election is about having a government that listens to people, and I think Yukoners are waking up to that fact that for the last, say, 25 years, that there hasn't necessarily been a government that's been listening to them. We've seen time and time again the failures that have come forward, and right now we're living in that reality, right? And this is the thing, is that Yukoners are seeing that, and they're seeing the hope in the NDP, and I think that's going to be reflected in tonight's election results.
Okay. Dario, thank you. That is Dario Paola. He is the candidate for Porter Creek South and a former Liberal campaigner.
Thank you so much, Luke. Okay, we are still waiting on results for 5 seats. Right now, a strong showing right now for the Yukon Party. Chris, tell us more about that.
Well, it's interesting because one of the things we're noticing is that there's still no numbers coming out of Copperbelt North, which is the riding where Yukon Party leader Curry Dixon is running, and also no Liberal candidate in that riding, as well as the 2 Whistle Bend seats sort of thought to favor the Yukon Party, but we of course don't know for sure, but no figures from either of those. So that's going to change what we're seeing on the board quite a bit, obviously. The other thing to note, just from the percentage here, is that the Yukon Party is still over 50%, just barely now, and the NDP over 41%. But if you look at the difference in seats, the Yukon Party much more efficient with their vote. They've turned 50% of the vote into 11 seats, where the NDP have turned 41% of the vote into just 5 seats. If anything, will reinforce both the Yukon Party and the NDP's positions on electoral reform. It is these numbers. The Yukon Party will be simply fine with an electoral system that produces this results. The NDP will be less enthused, to say the least. So it's pretty interesting. And again, I mean, I'm running out of ways to describe it, but I mean, just complete collapse for the Liberals here. They're going to have some rebuilding to do, it looks like.
Looks like it. And that board, too, the +3 for the Yukon Party, +3 for the NDP, -6 for the Liberals. So you can see where some of those votes are going. It was split 3-3 while the Liberals were losing 6. Let's go to our panel now and talk about some of the results. Liz, I shortchanged you last time, so I'm going to start with you this time. What do you make of what we're seeing so far and where this vote is going?
Well, I do think, and I think that a significant portion of the Liberal vote is going to the Yukon Party. I think that we saw over the course of the last 9 years that the Yukon Liberals are small seat conservatives in many ways, and that's manifest in their policies and their reluctance to actually move forward in an assertive way on commitments that they made in 2016 or 2021. And I think about the commitments that they made to work in active partnership with Yukon First Nations in terms of the whether or not it's the implementation of all of the Truth and Reconciliation recommendations, and or acting on the commitments made in the Devolution Transfer Agreement that would see the Yukon government acting like a real government in terms of developing its own successor legislation for mining, for example, so that we would see a return on our non-renewable resources to the territory. I mean, last year, for the only stats I could find, 99,000 ounces, crude ounces of gold, placer gold, value, $284 million, $36,000 to the Yukon government. Really? I mean, we've got to get with this. Plus, you know, the notion that none of our hard rock mines are returning resources to the Yukon government, with the exception of Minto when it was operating for a period of time, because it was Selkirk First Nation who wisely during negotiations chose that land as Category A. They owned the subsurface, and they were able to negotiate. They negotiated as a government with that mining company to get royalties. None of the Yukon Party nor Liberal governments have negotiated with mining companies to see a return to the Yukon for our non-renewable resources. Once they're gone, they're gone. So, I mean, I think that in a long ways around to answer your question, I would suggest that a significant number of the Liberal vote went to the Yukon Party on this one.
Okay. Tiffany, do you want to share your thoughts about that same topic in terms of where the votes are going right now? And, you know, it's kind of half and half. Oh, and we've just had a little switch. I'll just point to the screen. The Yukon Party now leading or elected in 10 seats, and the NDP leading or elected in 6. So that brings them out of majority territory into minority territory. We are not projecting anything yet in terms of what a government will look like. Things just aren't firm enough. But the numbers now, 10 Yukon Party leading in 10 seats and the NDP leading in 10 seats. So, I mean, the story kind of stays the same a little bit. There's still no Liberals on the board. So, same question, Tiffany. What do you make of this?
Well, I think it's way too early to figure out where those votes are gone. It also, I mean, obviously it didn't go, it hasn't quite gone the Liberal Party way yet, but it's also hasn't helped. If people are confident that the Yukon Party is going to win, they're probably not going to come out and vote. So I'm not sure that actually would have helped anybody anyway. So still pretty early on. I wouldn't want to make any super huge projections on anything by any means. But and I'm not suggesting anyone was. I'm just saying that it's still pretty. We're still so early on in the game, and and the votes where they're going is they're probably going exactly where they were landed, where they would have landed the last election, right? So Chris had pulled up that map earlier on, and if we had applied the same results to that map that we based on the writings, then you would have seen what you're probably seeing right now. So.
Yeah. Okay. Kluani, I'm going to skip you this time. I'm sorry you're on the end.
I can handle it.
But speaking of projections, we have a projection to make.
Ooh.
We are saying that Laura Lang for the Yukon Party is the projected winner of Whitehorse West. Normally we talk a lot more about the winner. This time we're going to talk about the person who has not projected to win this riding, and that is Mike Pemberton, who is the leader of the Liberal Party, the incoming premier in this election. He has not been elected. He's not served in the Legislative Assembly. He had become the leader of the Yukon Party in June of 2025. So this was his first test at a ballot with the public, and he failed. So let's go to the Liberal HQ right now with Gabrielle Plonka, and she can tell us what the mood is there with this news that it looks like Mike Pemberton will not get that seat.
Yeah, I mean, this will definitely be a devastating loss for Mike Pemberton. We heard him from the beginning bill himself as a leader who did not come from politics, who was down to earth, who came from the pro-business side of things. He was hoping that would resonate with voters, and unfortunately did come up a little bit short. Mood hasn't changed yet in the room, but we are still waiting to see Mike Pemberton here. We're expecting him, I think, in the next few minutes, so we'll come back when we see him. Thanks, Megan.
Acting that Liberal leader Mike Pemberton will not take the seat that he was running for. He was only the premier for a couple of months. And we are going back to Liberal HQ right now? Is that where we're going? Pardon me, I just didn't hear that in the air. My apologies. We're going to the plebiscite. So just to wrap up what I was saying, so apologies, this is live television, so sometimes I don't know where we're going. But now I do know where we're going, and it's to Chris for more information on the plebiscite.
Hello, yes, I have some information on the plebiscite. We have results from 11 ridings on the plebiscite. Now, just to note, Elections Yukon said from the beginning they were going to count the ridings before they were going to count the plebiscite vote. So they are now getting to the plebiscite vote and reporting it. We have results from 11 ridings, as I just said. Bit of a surprise. The early numbers there, and they are very early, I will just caution. My board just changed to 55.1% in favor, voting yes, 44.9% voting no. In raw numbers, that is a little over 1,600 votes in favor and a little over 1,300 votes against. Now, the thing about this, an evening full of caveats, is that if indeed the Yukon Party forms a government tonight, it doesn't matter if the yes side wins, because they have said they are just simply not going to, they're not going to implement any kind of electoral reform, which is within their rights because the plebiscite is non-binding. It's considered an advisory plebiscite. But a little bit interesting, Canadians in general have tended to be very conservative when it comes to referenda on electoral reform. People tend to vote no. And again, we're not done here, but very interesting to see a very strong showing by the yes side.
Okay. You will notice at the bottom of our screen that the Liberals are now on the board. Let's show you who that is. It is the only Liberal incumbent, one of 8 polls reporting, in Mayo Tatchin and Jeremy Harper, the former Speaker of the House, the only Liberal incumbent running in this race. He is leading over Corey Belmore in Mayo Tatchin, a lead of 19 votes with 1 of 8 polls reporting. So the Liberals now on the board for the first time tonight. Let's go to Callie now with some more results. Callie.
Thanks, Megan. We're going to take a look at some ridings where the NDP have some really strong showings tonight. So first of all, in Mountain View, Linda Moen, the Kwanlin councillor, does have 109 votes ahead of Peter Grundmanis, and that is 6 of 8 polls reporting. So, you know, we're starting to look like this may be where things are going. We're starting to see the writing on the wall, maybe. But next we've got Riverdale North, Carmen Gustafson in the lead right now with only 29 votes ahead of Rose Sellers, and that's only half of the polls reporting right now. So, you know, that could change. That's a small lead, but we've also seen people elected with those kinds of leads before. And then in Riverdale South, you know, earlier in the night we did have Aurora Viernes leading, but it does look like Justin Ziegler, NDP candidate, has pulled ahead. He's got 85 votes ahead of Viernes. So that's the NDP candidate in the lead, and Yukon Party trailing just a little bit behind there in Riverdale South. I believe we have one more. Yes. In the Klondike, we have Brent McDonald has 74 votes ahead of Richard Nagano. So that's half of those polls reporting so far, but a really strong showing in those ridings for the NDP.
Okay, thank you so much, Callie. You'll notice now the Yukon Party leading or elected in 12 seats. The NDP 6 and the Liberals 1, so they are on the board now. I want to talk about the Yukon Party, though, because we do have first results from one riding, and it's a big one because it is the riding of Curry Dixon, who is the leader of the Yukon Party. We'd mentioned before, both Curry Dixon and or Kate White, were they to become premier, would become the first Yukon-born premiers. Right now, Curry Dixon, with 3 of 9 polls reporting, is leading in Copperbelt North. He is the incumbent. He held this riding first in 2011, then he took a break, then he came back in 2021 and won with 53% of the vote in 2021. So these are the first results that we are getting for that riding of the Yukon Party leader, Curry Dixon. With that, since we got some results from the plebiscite, we'll go back to Chris, and you want to bring in somebody else to break this all down.
We're going to bring back Floyd McCormick. He is the former clerk of the Yukon's Legislative Assembly. And Floyd, I want to ask you, I mean, again, as always with the caveat that the numbers are a little bit early, are you surprised with what we're seeing in the plebiscite vote?
It's hard for me to say that I'm surprised, because I really didn't have any expectations going in about how this would unfold. You know, I talked to people about this issue during the course of the campaign, and, you know, people that I know, friends of mine, who said they're not voting in favor of electoral reform, and there's quite a bit of talk and exchange of ideas on some of the social media platforms where some people said yes, they're quite in favor of it, and other people said no. So there was really no way for, at least, in terms of who I was talking to or listening to, and be able to, develop any formed idea about how this was going to go. So, I mean, I'm obviously pleased that the yes side is ahead at this point. So I'm pleased, but not surprised.
And Floyd, I want to ask you about, we saw the news earlier that Liberal leader Mike Pemberton is going to lose his seat in Whitehorse West. Before we went on air tonight, we had a little chat, and you told me an interesting fact about some previous premiers who had lost their seats in general elections. Can you tell us that?
Yeah, sure. Piers MacDonald was defeated in his seat in 2000, and Darryl Pazlowski was defeated in his seat in 2011. But Mr. Pemberton will be the first premier to have been defeated who never sat in the Legislative Assembly at all. No, who knows? He may make a comeback at some point in the future, but that's the way it looks right now.
Yeah, that's interesting. Floyd McCormick, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, we have another projection to make, and this is for a Yukon Party candidate. Drum roll, please. It is Curry Dixon. 4 of 9 polls. We got a whole bunch more polls in since we brought you those first results not too long ago. And we are ready to project that Curry Dixon will keep his riding of Copperbelt North. Right now, 4 of 9 polls reporting Curry Dixon with a lead of 113 over the NDP's Matthew Lien. This is a district that a riding that Curry Dixon has first held in 2011, and then he came back in 2021. So let's go with this news now to the Yukon Party headquarters and Julian Green, who can tell us what's going on in the room. Julian.
Yeah, for sure, Megan. You just missed another round of cheers as the results have come in favor of Curry Dixon here. Yeah, so far, I mean, it's sort of the same as it was when we last spoke. People are, excited, elated, ecstatic at times, it seems. The room is still full. It's a buzz and celebration. And right now, I'd like to talk a little bit about mining and what the Yukon Party has proposed. It has proposed, among many other things, beefing up compliance and monitoring, following through with rewriting the mining laws, a process it says it would be done hand in glove with Yukon First Nations. And to join me right now, I do have a guest. It's Jonas Smith with the Chamber of Mines. We can turn to him now I've got a couple of questions. So, Jonas, tell me, what do you think about the Yukon Party's platform where mining is concerned? Do you think that it tracks in the right direction?
I think yes is the short answer. I mean, all three parties had a priority of revisiting our mining legislation, and so we've been tracking all developments over the course of the election very closely. That said, we put out a questionnaire to all three parties with questions from our members, and the Yukon Party's responses were certainly the most comprehensive and well-rounded.
When it comes to maintaining the territory as an attractive place for the mining industry, but also squaring it with First Nations sovereignty, rights, and title, how do you see that relationship playing out?
Well, I think they go hand in hand, and one can't happen without the other. If First Nations are not on side, we're not going to have that kind of investor confidence here. So that's absolutely has to be a priority for the new government. And the Yukon Party is committed to that in all the correspondence I've heard from them. So I like to think that with the public government, First Nations government, and industry working together, we can return Yukon to a much more attractive place to invest and regain the position that we held many years ago.
How about the rewrite of those mining laws, right? It's a process that's been in the works for about 4 years more than now. The Yukon Party has pledged to pick it back up and get it done. How can that be done in the right way?
Again, I think through partnership. Public government, First Nations, and industry all need to be at the table.
And in light of something like what happened at the Eagle Mine just last year with, a major the heap leach facility failing, what are your thoughts there? What do you expect from the next government, regardless of party? But yeah,
I think that the independent review board's recommendations were generally well received by everyone, including industry. It's good to know what led to the accident, and the review board said that heap leach mining can be done safely in the Yukon in cold climates as long as we follow particular procedures. So we're very interested in seeing those recommendations implemented so that some of these projects that are on the books right now can proceed as soon as possible.
What's the topmost issue for you?
Well, it might not be as sexy as rewriting a century-old act, but there is a lot of internal process on the permitting side of things that really needs to be addressed as soon as possible. And I hope to see whoever forms the next government here, once a cabinet minister is named, that they can get busy right away.
Thanks, Jonas.
Thank you.
That's Jonas Smith. He's the executive director of the Yukon Chamber of Mines. Megan.
Thank you so much, Julian. Okay. At the bottom, you will see our drama board, as I like to call it, the Yukon Party leading or elected in 12, NDP 6, and Liberal 1. We're still waiting on 2 seats. Here is Liberal Party HQ, and that is Mike Pemberton. He is the Liberal leader. He was just defeated in the seat that he was running for. So you can see he's in the room there. Looks like he's moving to the podium. So let's hold on this for a minute. Mike Pemberton, as we projected, lost the seat that he was running for. He became premier in June of 2025 when he became the leader of the Liberal Party. So he hasn't run in an election like this, He's a newer face to the public, perhaps not entirely new to politics. He was somebody that was behind the scene. You can see him there hugging some cabinet ministers, some outgoing cabinet ministers. And so Mike Pemberton not going to be going to the Legislative Assembly, losing his seat that he was trying to get for Whitehorse West. So we'll keep an eye on that. Maybe Mike Pemberton will speak at some point. In the meantime, the Yukon NDP now leading or elected in 7, and the Yukon Party in 12, the Liberals in 1. So we only have results from 1 riding that we're waiting on. But Chris, I understand there's still some ridings in classic Yukon style that are very close.
There are, yes, as always, there are many ridings that are close. And if you're joining us from down south in a larger market, I know that some of these margins will look positively adorable to you. But it's very interesting. We have a bunch of ridings that are fewer than 40, separated by fewer than 40 votes, and many of them.
Tonight, a major test for the Carney government, the Prime Minister's first budget.
So we're going to make generational investments that will build our country.
Big spending and deep cuts. What CBC News has learned is in the budget and the politics behind getting it passed. Held at gunpoint and beaten. New details about the kidnapping of the self-proclaimed crypto king.
Please, I'm begging you! I'm begging you! Please, no, son!
Including video from the night he disappeared. And Jean Chrétien speaks out.
Do you think Donald Trump is a threat to democracy?
He is.
From Trump to trade and Alberta separatism.
They never sold as much oil as they do today. And they're complaining as if they were bankrupt. Come on.
A frank and personal interview with Canada's former Prime Minister.
From CBC News, this is The National with Chief Correspondent Adrian Arsenault.
Thanks for joining us. In less than 24 hours, Canadians will finally get a good look at Mark Carney's financial plan for the country. His government will lay out its first federal budget, and tonight, some new details are trickling out. The Liberals have been signaling big spending and big savings to come. Exactly how they'll make those work together is yet to be seen. The Finance Minister promising this budget will have something for every Canadian. But we know that comes at a price. Ashley Burke walks us through the details we're learning tonight about where some of the changes and cuts will be.
A new take on an old tradition. The finance minister helping make himself a pair of shoes for budget day.
This has been made in Canada by Canadians for Canadians.
Francois Philippe Champagne preparing for a budget with billions of dollars in investment.
Et voilà.
Now CBC News has learned it will include tens of billions of dollars in cuts and savings too.
There will be no surprises. Canadians have asked us to build big, bold things. They expect us to do things differently.
A senior Canadian official says the government's scrapping a plan to plant 2 billion trees by 2031.
Excited about the budget?
The official also said there will be changes to the tax structure to make investments in Canada less risky and a change to a tax credit businesses can use to write off some costs. But it's unclear where exactly new revenue is coming from.
And in a trade war, just like hockey, we will win.
Carney campaigned on a plan to bring in $20 billion a year from retaliatory tariffs on U.S. goods.
We're going to put every dollar to protect our workers.
But CBC News has learned that before the government dropped most countermeasures, it collected just over $3 billion.
We do need to raise revenue, but there are less painful ways of doing it.
Wherever it comes from, the Liberals will need help from another party.
If it brings up the cost of living, just like every other Liberal budget, we will vote no.
The NDP isn't ruling out abstaining from the vote, which could get it passed.
If it's a budget that's good for working people, we'll support it. If it's not, we won't. So all options are on the table.
The government's plan will come with a cost. Economists have forecasted a substantial deficit that could be between $78 to $100 billion. Ashley Burke, CBC News, Ottawa.
So let's bring in David Cochrane now, host of Power and Politics. So David, potentially huge deficit and clearly some huge stakes.
Yeah, huge money, huge deficit. The real question, Adrian, is going to be what does that deficit buy? Does it unlock investment? Does it increase the flow of private sector capital into the economy? Does it boost the GDP? If it does those...
This is an election cycle. I just want to be clear. So what I've heard from so many is people want to change.
Yeah.
And so perhaps it could be so that the sort of status quo campaign with some additions that there were some things that I felt were really positive there, just didn't stick with people. And this is like a natural shift, right? Like a third term, almost a decade of leading. This isn't something that is new or unexpected. I think that there's a number of different pieces here to the puzzle. There's, Sandy Silver stepping down, Ranch Pillay stepping in, Ranch Pillay stepping down, two candidates, Doris Bill and Mike Pemberton, an election. For some a surprising result, for some not, and then a few months to sort of really get this moving. We also heard from some of the cabinet ministers that they were potentially tired. Like, they've been doing this for a long time. I mean, I don't know, Brad, Scott, Ken, like, you guys are going. Wade, I have more thoughts on that because I do feel like at a moment in time where the Yukon Party could have really been a strong leader and said anyone who sent those inappropriate text messages needs to be removed. And I wrote a letter about this, so I'm going to stand firm in that. But the Grand Chief and I put out a statement, and I still feel strongly that there was a moment where something else could have been done because I'd love to know what kind of training happened. But I haven't had a chance to speak in a bit, so clearly I've been a little bit worked up about this stuff.
Go for it. Yes, good.
But Liberals are having a hard time. Mike, thinking about you, that's not easy. All those who are at the Liberal, of course, who are there, together tonight are feeling this. But let us all be reminded that these election cycles can happen in this way.
They do.
And, clearly the Yukon Party did a really strong campaign. Like, we have to acknowledge that. And I want to acknowledge that. They were able to pull interest. There were some platform commitments. And so did the NDP, now leading in, 7 projected to be. So there's a lot here, but perhaps not at the same time. And I'm really interested to see, we still haven't seen Vuntut Gwitchin. We still haven't seen Whistle Bend, North or South. We still haven't seen some of the other ridings. So I'm like really keen to see where those land. But I do definitely, extend, my gratitude for even, again, stepping forward to put your name here. Like, this is not easy. I didn't do it. It'd be the cheap seats for me to be making comments of someone who has not put their foot into elected territorial politics. So I'm mindful of that.
Absolutely.
And thank you.
I will note, Vuntut Gwitchin is the one that we're waiting for with bated breath. And as we noted, in 2021, it was an exact tie. We had to pull the winner of that out of a box. We have seen results from other ridings. Maybe we perhaps hadn't had them up on the screen or haven't described them for people who are joining us for radio. So we do have results for every riding except Vuntut Gwitchin. You can see it says seats to come. So we're just missing that one right now. But Tiffany, I want to give you a chance, a crack at the same question or to respond to anything that you just heard.
Well, I mean, if we want to talk about ethics, we could talk about some other candidates as well, because there's questions on some of the ethical practices of one of the candidates, particularly I'm thinking about. However, moving beyond that, I do want to take a moment to acknowledge Mike Pemberton as well, because it is not easy. I had to walk with my mom. She first time running, first time doing this, putting herself out there. It's a tremendous, tremendous task, and I do want to tip my hat to Mike, because it's such bravery to step forward, to put yourself, not only yourself but your family out there, right? So, him and Phyllis have been lifelong, have really been impactful in the Yukon, and I do want to thank them for putting themselves out there and for being willing to step up in a very tumultuous time, because the bravery, I don't want to be singing, but everyone knew that this was going to be a very tough election for the Liberals. I don't know if anyone could have projected how tough it would have been, but for him to kind of be willing to step in to try and take a lead at it, and I want to acknowledge him and all of his candidates, because again, it's so hard to put yourself out there and to be vulnerable to your neighborhood, and I just want to thank him and Phyllis as well for giving us your husband for a little while, because it's a tax on the families as well, and I've been able to kind of learn that a little bit firsthand, and I'm gonna sheesh Mike. I hold my hands up to you and your family, and yeah.
Okay. I'll just note as well, I mean, we'd mentioned it earlier, but when you're talking about Doris, you're talking about your mother, Doris Anderson, who's running for the Yukon Party in Porter Creek North. Okay, Mike Pemberton is at the podium. Let's take a listen.
The MLA commonly known for Whitehorse West as Richard Mostyn. Good evening, everyone. I too would like you to join me in recognizing that we're gathering tonight on the traditional territory of the Kwanlundun and the Gwitchin Council. Tonight, I stand before you and acknowledge the results of my riding of Whitehorse West, and I sincerely offer my congratulations to Laura Lang of the Yukon Party. We've been here before, and you saw what happened. We came back with vengeance. We remember when Sandy Silver stood here as the lone Liberal voice in the Assembly. And we all know the remarkable comeback that he led this party to. There's no doubt in my mind, there's no doubt that the Liberal team will continue to work on this Liberal movement in the Yukon. We will return stronger and better. My good friend Richard already called out all the names of our candidates, so I won't do that, but I will say how proud I am of the team that we put together. Each and every one of this team put their heart and their soul into this campaign. Each and every one of this team had a vision, and I applaud them. And I would be honored to stand with them in any endeavor that they choose to do in the next challenge in their lives. Folks, you ran with integrity. You ran with grace. You had the energy. More than anything, you have compassion. Please join me in thanking all the candidates. For those of you, a few of us, obviously, who weren't successful this time, please stay involved. Because your eyes, your vision, is what this territory needs. And it won't take too much longer before folks realize that. It won't. The Yukon Liberal family needs your voices. They need your ideas. And they most definitely need your drive. To our campaign team of volunteers, you're incredible. All the volunteers, and they're not all here yet. I think we still have folks at HQ that aren't here yet. Kim Stavert, our campaign manager. You know, standing ovation for this man right here, John Stryker. John, you are to me one of the kindest people, the hardest working MLA I've known. And I, from my heart, want to just say thank you for everything. You have been a mentor to me, and you have guided me through this entire process. And for that, I will be ever grateful to you. I'm also grateful to your favorite wife. Susan, thank you for loaning John to us. We appreciate that. To my wife, Phyllis, to my daughters, Star and Sky, to my son, Mackenzie, to my son, Jesse, thank you for supporting me. Thank you for being there, Phyllis, when I needed you. When things got heated and heavy, thanks for the hugs. You know, thank you for understanding that I'm stronger than just one election. And thank you for pointing that out to me. Thank you. Without a team of dedicated volunteers, people that come together, this could never happen. You know, this could never happen. You know, it's amazing to watch this whole process. It's like a machine, you know, that's well-oiled and working together. And that's an incredible thing to watch, you know, and it all came together. And even though we were not totally successful, I'm still amazed by how hard everyone worked. And I think that's important as we move forward, that, you know, that team of volunteers, that special group of people that are always with us, remains the same, and we grow and we build stronger than we ever were before. And I hope you all stay with us. But I appreciate you being here now, and I appreciate all the time that you've given to this Yukon Liberal Party. I want to acknowledge our outgoing Liberal cabinet ministers. Nils, thank you. Also has been a wonderful mentor to me, and thank you very much. John, of course, Richard. I also, I admire this man, and he's not here tonight, but he, from ashes, he brought back this Liberal team. And please, he's not here, but I'm sure if we go loud enough, he can hear us back in the East Coast. Sandy Silver. I will also acknowledge Premier Ranj Pillay and thank him very much for his time and effort since 2022. And Ranj, wherever you are tonight, thank you. It was an honor for me to work beside these folks, an incredible honor. I've always admired the work that they set to do and achieved, and I've said it before, I was in this role, and I'll continue to say it. They did an incredible amount of work, and I, for one, applaud them for everything that they did to modernize legislation, to work on, building lots, to build more homes, to increase capacity for our healthcare system. Everything that they did, I admire and I thank you. The results tonight weren't what we hoped for. But I'm deeply proud of this campaign and this team. Our team is rooted in honesty, optimism, and a genuine desire to make life better for all Yukon and all Yukoners. We've seen nights like this before, but this party remains committed to the Yukon. This is a moment that we regroup. We listen more, and we rebuild. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you to my friend Sue, who traveled from, Sue's a longtime friend of mine. We've been friends for 40 years. She's also from the East Coast, like myself, but she now lives in Vancouver. And I want to thank her for coming up and joining us for tonight. Thanks, Sue. But from the bottom of my heart, thank you for your faith, your effort, and your belief in a much better future. Let's keep going, one step at a time, one community at a time. Thank you. Merci, Jonathan. Enjoy, talk to each other, have fun, the sky's not falling. We're gonna get through this.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay, that was Liberal leader Mike Pemberton saying that he acknowledges the results of the riding of Whitehorse West. That is where he was running. and he came in third in that riding. He congratulated Laura Lang of the Yukon Party, who won the riding, and he talked a lot about a comeback, saying the Liberal Party has been in this position before, pointing to Sandy Silver, who did take the Liberal Party to a majority in 2016. So a lot of talk about redemption, Chris, in that speech from Mike Pemberton. No talk about his personal future. I suppose that will come later. But right now, he's saying, he acknowledges that he will not go to the Legislative Assembly.
Well, quite frankly, a bit of a surprise to me, at least, that Mike Pemberton did not announce that he was stepped down. I mean, that is typically what happens when your government gets wiped out and you finish third in your own riding. You resign. So that's a little curious, but I guess there are days to come with that. So that's kind of interesting to me. The other thing, though, is that, yes, Sandy Silver did build quite an impressive political machine once he took over the leadership of the Liberal Party, kind of in a similar situation where the party leader, Arthur Mitchell at the time, lost, and then Darius Elias. Sandy Silver was kind of the last guy standing in the Liberal caucus and built a government out of that. So it is possible, but you have to have people to do the work, and it takes a long time. So there's optimism there, and if you're not, like the sports adage goes, if you're not selling wins, you're selling hope. So clearly Mike Pemberton's doing that. But it's going to take a lot of groundwork. It's not going to happen overnight for the Liberals.
Yeah, definitely a rebuilding kind of message. I want to direct your attention to the board right now at the bottom of your screen. The Yukon Party leading or elected in 14, and the Yukon NDP leading or elected in 1. So the Liberals off the board again. That is Mayo Tachin. That is where this is happening right now. Mayo Tachin, where the only Liberal incumbent is running, Jeremy Harper, and he was on the board for a little bit, and now we can see he's not on the board anymore, and it's Corey Belmore who is now leading in Mayo Tachin with 7 of 8 polls reporting. Not a big lead. Corey Belmore leading 27 over Liberal incumbent, the only one, Jeremy Harper, who was the Speaker of the House. So Mayo Tachin, razor thin, very, very tight right now. A 27 vote lead with 7 of 8 polls reporting, and that is what took the one Liberal seat off of the board at this moment. So let's go to our panel right now. Liz, you didn't get a chance to speak last time. The Yukon Party deeper into majority territory right now, though, there are still some ridings that are very, very close.
Yep. No, you're absolutely right. And I'm surprised at the actual number that we're sort of suggesting at this stage of the game in terms of a lead, but you're right, it's early days. I just want to comment, I think I've been in the position in a certain degree of what Mike had to do tonight when you went from official party status to down to 2, and it's really hard. And I empathize entirely with the feelings that he has. You feel like as a leader that you've disappointed your people that you brought as part of your team who worked so hard. And so that's a very challenging position to be in. So as much as, but there's one other aspect to that. I think that the Yukon Liberal Party had a choice that they made in terms of setting it up this way. And they could have chosen, when Sandy Silver indicated he was stepping down, that they were going for a real leadership change, as opposed to having an interim leader, which made no sense from if you know you have a fixed election date, then maybe what you should be doing is saying, we're going to get the leader that's going to carry us forward and has the time to build the team. So I feel sorry doubly for Mike Pemberton, because I think in some ways he was set up, whoever's going to be that leader, by the Liberal Party apparatus that didn't think that through. So that's my comment.
It's a really interesting take and also valuable insight, since you yourself were the leader of the NDP, the Yukon NDP. Thank you so much for that, Liz. We are going to go now to the Yukon Party headquarters, because Julian is there with Laura Lang, is my understanding. Julian.
That's right, Megan. And as the results have been pouring in here, be it, especially about, Liberal leader Mike Pemberton losing the riding of Whitehorse West. We have with us now Laura Lang, who's with the Yukon Party. and she has been elected in that riding, which has now been a Liberal stronghold for several years. But as she just told me, that ends now. So, Laura, how are you feeling right now?
Oh, rather magnificent. I am proud, not just of tonight and all the work that everybody has done, but to be a Yukoner and see what hard work and dedication of not just me, but the team to see this result. I couldn't say enough about being a Yukoner and what I hope to deliver for Yukoners.
Let's talk about that. What do you hope to deliver for the voters in your riding?
Well, as I said to you earlier, I went to every single door of my riding, not once, not twice, not 3 times, sometimes 4 times, because I want to hear what Yukoners have to say. Their opinion, what matters to them, is what has motivated me. So what I want to deliver is listening. I want to listen to people, as I've said from the very start, and put that listening into real, tangible results. So no longer just talking about actions, but translating that into deliverables that are accountable, that are relatable to both our policy decisions and our fiscal decisions. So I've given that my commitment from the start, and I'm going to continue to do that.
Many members of your family, obviously a lot of people with political experience, years under their belt. What drew you to run for the party this time around? How are you feeling about that experience, I guess, overall?
Yeah, so my husband's family is a longtime Yukon family, the Lang family, and I couldn't be prouder to say that I am the daughter-in-law to Danny Lang. He was both our MLA for almost 20 years and then our senator for 10 years. And then, of course, our Uncle Archie, his twin, who was an MLA for 10 years. So being part of the Lang family has given me the ability to learn from all of my cousins and my sister-in-laws and my uncles and my aunts about what it means to be politically involved. And I'm just so glad I get to bring that now back into the Yukon reality, having a Lang part of the political picture again.
Let's talk about what's happening in this room a little bit, and also just sort of like across the board, how the night has been going. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, so holy man, first time at this, so lots of ups and downs, and every time a poll is read out, it's exciting and what's coming next, and you can hear the energy in the room right now. So a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of hope, a lot of excitement of what we can start doing tomorrow, and I just hope this energy is what we get to continue with. So all to say, I think it's a good result for the Yukon Party.
Maybe that's a good note to end on. Thanks, Laura. That's Laura Lang, who clinched victory in Whitehorse West. Megan.
Thank you so much, Julian. Whitehorse West, of course, also the riding of Liberal leader Mike Pemberton. We are hearing that Yukon NDP leader Kate White might be preparing to speak, so we're going to keep an eye on that for you. But in the meantime, let's go to Callie, and she can break down some more of the results for us. Callie.
Yeah, so I want to point out that our map here does have Mayo Tachin in red, but if you look at the bar at the bottom of your screen there, there is no Liberal candidate in the running right now, but it's a close race. That one is going back and forth, so just to note that for viewers at home. The other thing I'll note, Vuntut Gwitchin, still no results from Vuntut Gwitchin. I can't tell you off the top of my head how many polls there are, but there have never been more than 200 people vote in Vuntut Gwitchin, so it could be one poll. I don't know. We'll see. I'm sure it's not just one poll, but we'll see that come in not too long here. Okay, let's look at some close races. So first of all, Whistlebend South, we've got Dustin Mackenzie Hubbard with only a 10-vote lead over Linda Benoit. I was actually up in Whistlebend this weekend, driving around, just trying to take the pulse a little bit. And I did see signs for all 3 candidates, so I wondered if this would be a close race, and interesting to see Mackenzie Hubbard in the lead there with just 10 votes there. Let's take you to the next one now. Whistlebend North, not such a close lead on this one, but this is a board that we haven't had a chance to look at yet, so I thought I'd just, put it in here for you to have a look at. Yvonne Clark, the incumbent, of course, her riding was Porter Creek previously, but 131 vote lead over the NDP and Liberal candidates in this riding so far. And then now Mayo Tatchin, as we said, Corey Belmore, only a 27 vote lead over Jeremy Harper. Jeremy Harper, of course, the incumbent and the only Liberal candidate, the House Speaker, who ran in the 2021 election, who is running again this time around. So yeah, it just a really, really tight race there. So we'll see. And there is one more poll we're expecting on that one. And then Wade Ishtenko, again, the Kluane. So again, 29 votes. I loved Chris's line earlier of, to people down south, it might be pretty cute how close some of these races are. I agree. I can't believe some of the margins that these ridings come down to. So John Vandermeer, so close behind. A couple more polls still to come in. So we'll see how this all shakes out, Megan.
Okay, thank you so much, Kelly. I mean, those races that are too close to call, that's also why it's difficult for us to make a projection on what the government will look like. As it stands right now, you can see the Yukon Party leading or elected in 13 seats and the NDP leading or elected in 7. So with these numbers, that does put the Yukon Party into majority territory. However, you just saw those boards with Callie. There are a lot of tight races. We're still waiting on one seat, as Callie mentioned. That is Vuntut Gwitchin. Interesting that we're waiting on that one. It came in pretty early last time, and it was the deciding factor in the entire election in 2021, and now we haven't heard from them yet. So maybe we should call them and ask how they're doing. Let's talk to the panel. Tiffany, I didn't get to go to you last time. So why don't you talk a little bit about what we're seeing right now, and perhaps, the fact that the Yukon Party candidate defeated the Liberal leader in that riding?
That riding has kind of gone back and forth a little bit. So, again, it ebb and flow of everything like the other panelists have talked about all evening. Laura definitely has been out there. She's been knocking on those doors. Again, I just want to, I just can't say enough about how hard it was to kind of be in that riding. I can't imagine to step into those shoes with probably like such a short period of time to kind of run into it. But Laura is a dynamic candidate. She really has been working for a very long time. I think she may have been working on this longer than Mike has actually been premier. So, it's what happens when people actually go door to door, when they go and talk to the folks and reach out and connect with them and ask them what their priorities are, and I think you're seeing the payoff of that coming in a little bit. So I'm very happy for Laura, just going to see that hard work is paying off.
Okay, I just want to tell everyone kind of what's going on right now. We are waiting for Yukon NDP leader Kate White. It appears that she might be getting ready to give a speech. We're just waiting on that to happen. So while we do that, we can look at the Yukon Party now leading in or elected in 14 seats and the NDP in 6. We had talked earlier with the panel that a win is a win. But Liz, looking at this board right now, the NDP is showing, especially compared to the 2021 election, how do you think the party is doing?
Well, I mean, they have increased their members by 3, which is great. I'm sure it's disappointing for Kate and for all the candidates, but she has significantly increased the caucus, so that's a good building thing. And to Tiffany's point, we now clearly have fixed election dates, and so it does augur well for all parties, but I'm hoping also for the NDP in terms of that rebuilding, building on the success you have. So she's got official opposition for sure, and it gives an opportunity to continue to build over the next couple of years.
Yeah, that's a good point, that the NDP is moving into that official opposition as opposed to the third-party status, which was interesting in 2021 because third-party status, but then they had that confidence and supply agreement. Let's go now to Luke Carroll. He is with the Yukon NDP in the room at headquarters. Luke, what are the vibes in the room right now?
I'd say there's been a bit of a shift in that people are they're kind of nervously waiting for some of these close ridings to be caught. Still, as you can probably hear, and as I need to hold my earpiece a little tighter to my ear, it's definitely still a bit of a party vibe. People are still dancing and, taking in the results. I think people are impressed with how the NDP is doing. But again, I think they also were probably hoping for them to be able to form government. When Kate White ran this campaign, she said that she was running to be, premier. So I think that is something they're hoping for. Again, though, like we've said, it's still too close to call. There's still a lot of ridings coming in. So I think people are just anxiously waiting here. Megan?
Thank you so much, Luke. Let's go back to our panel now. Kalani, I didn't get a chance to talk to you about the results that we're seeing and the other things our panelists were talking about. Do you have any reflections for us?
Yeah, I mean, I think, first of all, again, hearing the Liberal headquarters, very heartfelt. There's a whole lot of perhaps, the more things change, the more they stay the same in the sense that we've sort of been here before, and want to acknowledge you for your vulnerability, Liz, and sharing. None of us know what that could feel like as human beings, and so I think that's really important to acknowledge. I think it's really an interesting time because you had mentioned Little C, and I want to go back to Little C. So, here we've got NDP, Liberal, Yukon Party, and in my view, we definitely saw the Yukon Party play more to the center in this particular election, and sort of seeing the Liberals sort of even play a little bit in the usual center space, but maybe even a bit of center left, and then the NDP sort of holding there, being their true left selves. But I think that's been interesting to me too, as I look to some of the sort of campaign commitments and things like that. So, I mean, that would be, I think, one of my questions coming out of this is the Yukon Party from what I recall in the past, a big C, or are they now sort of in little C territory? And I'm really interested to better understand that, because I think in this election they certainly played more to the center. You saw Mike Pemberton, in his business background, play to the center, maybe even some would say center-right. So this is really interesting. If we break down, and some might not agree with this at all, but I find this really interesting about Yukon partisanship, because the other territories don't have parties, and this is where sometimes it is really about the individual. There are a whole bunch of candidates that may feel very strongly aligned in terms of their values with a particular party. There may be other candidates in this election that could have, and I could see them running for very different parties. So this is where Yukon, when we come to the plebiscite, which I know we will talk about, I have been very supportive of the plebiscite, because I do feel like it does bring a bit more of that proportional considerations to voting in terms of what are your priorities as a voter. And so the ranked voting system for me is absolutely one that I voted yes for, quite openly and candidly. But these are some of the things that I'm thinking about. So my big question to the Yukon Party is are you a big C or a little C? I'm trying to figure that out.
We're actually a big G. They are a big G, which is grassroots. They're not neither. And and we could talk about. I
want a Yukon Party. I want to hear from someone at the Yukon Party. Are you?
Give her a call.
Are you grassroots?
But that's what they are. I mean, if you ask a Yukon Party member what they are, they're going to actually vehemently oppose the fact that they're going to be lumped in with a federal party. They very intentionally split away from the federal Conservative Party because they didn't represent the views of Yukon. So I know a lot of people it's easier just to kind of throw them into that bucket, but they're pro Yukon is what they are. And I mean, we can talk about this all night, and I don't really want to get into it, but I do want to say that it's been very clear to me from the Yukon Party and talking with them that they're very passionate about being a grassroots about being a grassroots organization, about being there for the Yukon people, because their whole platform was built from after talking to Yukon people. It wasn't about where there was more center or more right or whatever it was. It was, this is what Yukon wanted, and this is what you're
with respect,
seeing right now,
though, that's
results.
Exactly how the Yukon New Democratic Party platform was built, by talking with Yukon citizens over the course of the last number of years. And the irony for me is that we both have the Yukon Party and the Liberal Party, which would claim to be financially astute. Neither of those two parties costed their platform. It was the NDP that costed its platform and published it.
That's fair.
And that is where we will leave that. Thank you all so much. I hate to cut it off as we're getting spicy because I
No,
love
it's
these
good.
conversations.
Spice it up.
Spice it up. But we do have someone on the line that we would like to speak to, and that is Doris Bill. Doris Bill is a former CBC employee. She is a former Kwanlin Dun First Nation chief, and she was also a candidate for the Liberal Party leadership. So Doris, thank you so much for being with us tonight. I appreciate you taking the time to do this. As you are watching these results come in, just give me your first reactions.
Well, it's not surprising. It's something that I had predicted very early on. I had talked to a lot of people, and I saw a lot of voter apathy there. People told me that they were going to stay home. They were not going to vote. Some people were struggling with an alternative. I think, it really came down to the leadership race was sort of the last straw for them. And I think that people were, like Kluwani said, were frustrated and were upset, and I think the NDP and the Yukon Party got the benefit of that tonight.
Doris, I'll note for our audience, especially in the South, because we're on many TVs and across many radios right now, that you ran for the Liberal Party leadership. You lost by a very, very narrow margin. What was it about that you think created that apathy that people were telling you about? Why was that the last straw?
I think, people, despite my experience, and Mike had very little experience, I think it was the way the race unfolded. There were some problems with the race that weren't resolved by the time the vote was counted. And people were very upset by that. I think going forward, I think the rules have to change. I think that for the Liberal Party leadership race, I think the fact that people who can't vote in the general election were allowed to vote. And I think that upset a lot of people because, as Yukoners, I think it's fundamental for us to have Yukoners, select their premier. And I think it really should have been, people across the Yukon as well. The votes his votes were really concentrated in Whitehorse. So there were some really, problems with that, and we did challenge it. But I mean, the rules are the rules. He didn't break any rules. It just unfolded that way, and that upset a lot of people. It upset a lot of people within the party. I spoke to many people. I had people texting me today saying that they were not voting, and so yeah, it is what it is at this point. Yeah.
Wow. Well, we'll leave it there for now, Doris. Thank you again for your time. I really appreciate you sharing your reflections tonight.
You're welcome.
Okay, we are close to 3 hours in, and we do finally have results from all ridings. Take a look. All the seats are on the board. Everyone can celebrate. This is a big moment. And that is what we are waiting for. Vuntut, Gwitchin. 1 of 4 polls reporting. Not a lot of votes in that first poll. This is a small riding in terms of population. But Deborah Lee Reddy leading with leading by 2 over Sandra Charlie of the Yukon Party, and then Annie Blake of the NDP, who is the incumbent in this riding. She has 3 right now. Worth noting again, we've talked about it before, Vuntut Gwitchin came down to a literal tie between the Liberals and the NDPs in the 2021 election. And now we're seeing some pretty tight results with one of 4 polls reporting. But this is just the first poll for Vuntut Gwitchin. And now we have results from every riding. And that is something to celebrate. That's a good thing tonight. So right now, as it stands on the board, we are looking for 11 seats for a majority. And you'll notice that the Yukon Party right now is leading or elected in 14 seats. But there is a reason why we are not projecting a certain kind of government right now. And Chris is going to tell us why.
The reason is because there are a bunch of ridings that are just too close for us to call right now. In fact, 5 Yukon Party, 5 seats where the Yukon Party are leaving, so I guess 4 now, are on this list of seats that are too close to call. Vuntut Gwitchin will be too close to call until the counting is finished. But basically, a number of these ridings going a different way could upset the apple cart and change the outcome. So this is why we can't quite call a government just yet. We've seen a couple of ridings tonight flip with literally one poll will change who is leading in that riding. So that's the story of it. We can't, it looks like a dominant Yukon Party win on the drama board, but we can't actually say that yet. Just because of the math and just because there are so many close ridings and also ridings that are still some ridings are finished and others are just 1 or 2 polls in. So we're sort of caught between right now. Yeah, absolutely. You can see that possible outcome on there, how the NDP could bump up. Right now, worth noting, the Yukon Party is leading in the places where they need to be leading. It's a strong showing so far, but it's so important to show people why, despite the fact that they might be leading, despite the fact that they might be doing well where they need to be, it just simply could still go another way. And those are those too close to call moments that make up so much of the tension of the elections. I mean, anywhere in Canada, really. Yeah, it is a tough hill to climb. I mean, for the NDP, to be fair, there's a lot there. Just looking at the popular vote here, the Yukon Party is now over 51%. The NDP at 38%. So it's a pretty significant difference. But of course, what matters is where those votes are and where those margins are and how that all shakes out. So it's tough for the NDP to get a path to a government, but we're not done yet. So who knows? Okay. Thank you so much. We do have another guest on the line. Mike Pemberton, the Liberal leader, joins us now. Mike, thank you for being with us tonight. I can see you're at the Liberal headquarters. It was a tough night, for sure. You lost your seat. Just reflect on the results, let's say just in your riding first.
I would say, Megan, thank you. I think we did our absolute best in the riding. We engaged with as many people that we could. We worked the riding around the riding 2 to 3 times, and obviously did as much follow-up as possible. It was obvious Yukoners want to change, and I respect that. Okay. The Liberals right now have 1 seat where they're leading. That's Vuntut Gwitchin. We just got that result. In the speech you gave, you talked a lot about, redemption, and the Liberal Party has done this before, turned it around. It's not a great showing so far. So what does that path look like for the Liberals? I would say that we continue to engage with people. We continue to work on our party. We can't stop. We can't stop ever building ourselves stronger than what we are this evening.
And Mike, will you be the one leading the Liberals down that path? Will you stay on as leader?
I will stay on as leader for the transition period to make sure that everything goes smoothly as we bring on a new government. And then typically this Yukon Liberal Party holds a AGM in January, so that'll give me a couple months to think about my future. And whether I'm the leader or not, I'm a Liberal, and I will continue to support whomever is the leader, whether that be myself or someone else.
Okay, so to be clear, the Liberal Party has an AGM in January, so you're planning to stay on at least until that January AGM as leader?
That's correct.
Okay. Mike, thank you so much for joining us today. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you for covering this.
That is Mike Pemberton, the Liberal Party leader. Let's go now to Callie. She's going to break down some more results for us.
Yeah, I want to start us off with just taking another look. Vuntut, Gwitchin, we are finally getting some results in there, just some very early results there, but we do have every riding now with a couple of results. So we'll take you a little deeper into this now. So first of all, yes, Vuntut, Gwitchin, Deborah Lee Reddy has put the Liberals back on the board, but just 2 votes ahead of Sandra Charlie, and then incumbent Annie Blake, taking up the rear there. So, with 1 of 4 polls reporting, still very much anyone's race. I hope that we see some more votes here, but as I said before, we've never seen more than 200 votes in Vuntut, Gwitchin, so yeah, we'll see what happens there. Okay, now Riverdale North, this is a close race. It's been a close race all night. Only 4 of 8 polls reporting, but Carmen Gustafson with that 29 vote lead over Rose Sellers. I mean, we're going to look at some real battlegrounds here, and this is definitely one of them. Let's take a look now. Lane Treasure, they are in the lead ahead of Keith Jacobson, but 75 votes, not the closest margin on the board, but maybe not as much as Treasure might have been hoping for tonight. And 2 more polls to go, so we will see how that one shakes out. Okay, Southern Lakes, we're looking at Tyler Porter. Tyler Porter, he is the business development manager for the Yukon Wildland firefighters, I should say, excuse me. So 62 vote lead over Tip Evans, the NDP candidate. So, I mean, just some really tight races there. Things could still shift a little bit, but, as we've said, it's a pretty solid lead looking tonight for the Yukon Party.
Okay, thank you so much, Callie. Interesting, those Whitehorse Centre results as well. Typically an NDP stronghold, and now it's a little bit tighter between NDP and the Yukon Party. Let's go to Chris now, and we can talk more about the other vote that's been going on tonight.
Yeah, let's talk about the plebiscite again. Really interesting. As I mentioned earlier, historically, electoral reform plebiscites don't do well. People tend to vote no. Yukon, in so many ways, against the grain kind of place. And you can see that right now, with more than 11,000 votes cast, the yes side is at 57%. Now, this is going to get interesting because the Yukon Party has flatly said, no, we are not going to implement electoral reform should we form government. And also the 14 seats to 6 to 1 is an argument for them to resist electoral reform. But I will just note that at 57%, the yes side has a larger share of the popular vote than the Yukon Party does. So does that convince the Yukon Party to maybe reconsider? I don't know. but that's an interesting question to ask. We're going to talk to Floyd Rowland now. Floyd Rowland, I knew I was going to do that. Floyd McCormick. Floyd McCormick has never been the Premier of the Northwest Territories, nor has he run for the Conservative Party in the Northwest Territories. Floyd, are you surprised by the margin that we're seeing for the yes vote here?
I'm pleasantly surprised, yes.
And do you think that there's any possibility that the Yukon Party, should they form government, maybe reconsiders their position on electoral reform?
Well, both the Liberals and the NDP said that they would go with whatever the public decided in terms of those who voted on the plebiscite. So I think that's the proper position for all of the political parties to take.
And from one thing, from talking to Fair Vote Yukon, there are some electoral reform advocates in the territory who actually were not happy with ranked voting being the option instead of some form of proportional representation. Can you explain to me and our audience, especially for folks outside the Yukon, why it's ranked vote and not proportional representation on the ballot tonight?
Okay. During the beginning of the legislature that was just dissolved, there was a special committee on electoral reform that was made in the Legislative Assembly, one member from each caucus, and that led to a special committee on a citizens' assembly for the Yukon, which recommended the creation of a citizens' assembly, and then there was a citizens' assembly. And the Citizens Assembly made the recommendation of a ranked vote. Now, part of the reason for that, or the actual reason for that, is the fact that when the special committee made its terms of reference for the Citizens Assembly was directed to make one recommendation as an alternative to first past the post. So this is not like they were given the option of putting in front of voters a sort of menu of options that they might like. So, there were a number of proportional representation proposals that were submitted to the Citizens Assembly, and some mixed versions, and there was a number of different proposals there. But the people on the Citizens Assembly had to choose one that would be put forward in a plebiscite as opposed to the first past the post system that we use now. And so it was from the internal deliberations of the Citizens Assembly that they decided that the ranked vote option was, I guess, more viable or more realistic, or whatever the rationale was, for the Yukon, rather than any of the proportional representation proposals that were submitted.
Floyd McCormick, thanks for this.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go to our panel now. I actually want to talk about the relationship between the government and the Yukon First Nations. We're not making a projection for a government right now. We are seeing the Yukon Party positioning itself in terms of the current leading and elected seats into majority territory. And something that I found really interesting about our CBC Leaders Forum was that Curry Dixon thanked Sandy Silver, who was, the Liberal Premier, for trying to rejuvenate that relationship with Yukon First Nations. So, Kluani, I'll start with you. What does the relationship look like between a government led in some form or another, again, we're not projecting this, but led in some form or another by the Yukon Party? What's that relationship?
Well, I mean, again, you go back to what Curry had just shared. There was a significant period of time where the Yukon Forum, an intergovernmental forum by which, the Premier, Cabinet, MLAs sit with Yukon First Nation chiefs. And there was a number of years where this was not happening. Agenda issues, even having government show up at the time under Yukon Party leadership, Premier Pawlowski. So that is the track record. Now, in terms of being optimistic and, as you shared, Curry Dixon MLA for Copperbelt North, potentially Premier Dixon, saying, yeah, we've got to keep this going. Like that's a good signal. That's actually a really important signal. But I also think it's important that we don't sort of have a huge celebration because a leader agrees that we need to keep going. It's more like this should just be expected. And you know, we've got Grand Chief Alatini, you've got the 11 nations with final agreements, you have the 3 nations that have chosen a different path, you have the merging of the AFN Yukon Regional Office and CYFN in terms of an amalgamation. So things are very different in terms of, you know, this Yukon Party government and having a shift. Also seeing Yukon First Nations people being elected into, likely, the Yukon Party government. You know, the hope there would be that there could be some really positive and strong influence in terms of what is a government-to-government relationship. This isn't a come talk to us later. We are not municipalities. We are governments. And so when First Nations are going to the table, that is, you know, the expectation at minimum. We also have the final agreements that are super clear. This is the implementation path. And what I have continued to hear from chiefs over the last 8+ years is Yukon government has been a partner, and there have been some things that have advanced, but land use planning is a huge issue. And so, you know, would look forward to seeing that be advanced as soon as possible. And to your point around the plebiscite, you know, if Yukon Party is truly a Yukon Party and the people have spoken, I would love to see the Yukon Party perhaps renew and really think about advancing with the implementation of that in what we're seeing, right? Like if we're talking about a grassroots party, the grassroots have said, hey, we need to do this. And I think that that's really important. So I'm curious to see what the response might be now that it's looking like it's a yes direction on the plebiscite. That, to me, also would signal more of a look to when it comes to the rural communities.
Okay, Kluani,
I will pause.
That's okay. I'm going to cut you off there. I know this
Totally
is a passion.
fine.
But we do have breaking news. Our decision desk has seen enough, and we are ready to make a projection. It will be a Yukon Party majority government. That is your next government, Yukon. The Yukon Party returning to power for the first time since 2016. They promised change. They promised affordability. Now they will have the chance to deliver on those promises. Premier designate Curry Dixon center stage after waiting in the wings, and he is the first premier born in the Yukon. There we are at Yukon Party headquarters. People are clapping, they're cheering. This is the result the Yukon Party surely had hoped for. A strong mandate. You need 11 for a majority in the Yukon Party right now with 14 seats. So Yukoners giving the Yukon Party a strong majority and the first ever premier of the Yukon born in the Yukon. That is Curry Dixon. So CBC News is projecting a Yukon Party majority government. Chris, tell us how we got here.
Well, we got here, I mean, quite honestly, through the collapse of the Liberal Party. You know, I kind of feel bad that we're beating them up here, but I mean, that's the story. The Yukon Party clearly with a mandate here, nearly 52% of the vote, obviously a majority government. Captured most of the Liberal vote, although not all. But 51% is a major win by any measure. So what's going to be interesting to me, well, many things are, but it's going to be what constrains the Yukon Party. Kluani was sort of talking about the need for the Yukon Party to get back to the table. But just to talk about the seat change there, just +2. But the Liberal losses are kind of the story and where this happened. The Yukon Party came into this with 12 seats, sort of, just because of the way redistribution works. So all they had to do was hold on to those and pick up a couple, and there's your majority government.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they did. And it's so interesting to see the Liberals losing 5. The Yukon NDP gaining 3, Yukon Party only gaining 2, but because of that redistribution. I mean, let's go to surely the party of the night, the Yukon Party, and the headquarters there with Julian Green. That room was exploding when we made that projection, Julian. So tell us what it's like in the room right now.
Absolutely. I mean, you said it. It really did explode in a chorus of cheers. It's really, really noisy right now, and hard to collect your thoughts as people are happy. They are clinking glasses, champagne I've seen. There's beer. People are thrilled, it seems. This party has not been in power since 2016. So it's been about a decade in waiting for the Yukon Party, and also, with Curry Dixon, who's due to enter.
Looks like we are losing Julian there. Apologies for that. So we are waiting for a couple of things to happen. Kate White to give a speech, Curry Dixon to give a speech. Right now, though, what we need to do is go to Callie, and she can look at these ridings that got us to this majority. Callie.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's take a look at where the Yukon Party really won tonight. So we're going to start off with Southern Lakes. Tyler Porter, Casca citizen, grew up in Watson Lake, well known in this community and across the Yukon. And he did take Southern Lakes with 62 votes over the NDP. So, a comfortable lead there. We do have one more poll to go, but, projected elected on that one. Brad Cathers here. Probably one of the biggest leads of the night. I'm gonna make that guess right now. 637 votes ahead of the NDP on this one. I wonder if that's a record for Cathers. He's taken big share of the vote there tonight. And then Scott Kent, another incumbent. He's got 379 votes ahead of the NDP candidate. So it does look, we were wondering for some of these where the Liberal vote would potentially go. It looks like a lot of it did go to the incumbent in these ridings so far. And then last but not least, so I mean, this is an interesting riding because this was Premier Range-Pillais, former Premier Range-Pillais riding previously, but Porter Creek South, decisive victory there for Adam Gurley, elected for Porter Creek South with 120 votes over the NDP. So there you have it, Megan.
Yeah, just a really big win for the Yukon Party right now. You can see leading or elected in 14 seats. That is a massive increase, no matter how you cut it, in terms of what the Yukon Party held in the 2021 election, where it was such a narrow margin and it was a minority government. Now we have a Yukon Party majority government. They were the government in waiting. Now they will be the government. They'll have a chance to deliver on all of those promises, the positioning themselves as kind of the reasonable party in their campaign, saying that they want to be an agent of change. There were also some familiar faces from when the Yukon Party was last in government, some cabinet ministers. So certainly some strong people there, campaigning for the Yukon Party. And now Yukon, you've elected a Yukon Party majority government. Let's go really quickly to our panel. I've mentioned, we're waiting for some people to speak. So if I cut you off, that is why. And we'll start with Tiffany, if I could, about your reaction to this projection.
Well, again, Yukon Party has been working for a very long time on presenting a case to the Yukoners that change starts now, and it does start now. So they've worked really hard for a very, very long time. They've had I've heard a lot of comments about, past records and all that, but what this book talks about is history is to be learned from and not lived in. And so I'm hopeful that with the new candidates, with the diverse candidates that are now being sworn in, we're going to be sworn in as ministers or MLAs, pardon me. that the change does start now, and that they will indeed learn from the history that was before. So very hopeful.
And just a note too, if you want to hold the book up again, actually, Tiffany, this is Together Today for Our Children Tomorrow. Yukoners will know this, probably some Northerners will know this as well, but this is an incredibly important document when Yukon First Nations leaders went to Ottawa to basically demand rights.
Yeah.
And it celebrated an anniversary recently. This is a really important part of Yukon, past, present, and future. Encompassed in that book.
Right. Actually, my grandfather was one of the ones that went to Ottawa and talked about it, and it's
it's meaningful.
It is meaningful.
Yeah.
Sure
Liz, I'll go to you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll go to you. Why don't you reflect on these numbers, how the NDP is doing, and what this Yukon Party majority says about what Yukoners voted for?
Well, I mean, the Yukoners obviously voted for change. It's not the change that I would have wanted, but I'm pleased for Kate that she's official opposition. She's got a strong team with her. Ironically, the candidate-elect in Klondike was on the Citizens' Assembly and was a strong proponent of the ranked ballot. I didn't know that until we went to Dawson for meetings, and it was like, oh, because anyways, so. I too hope that when Curry as leader, and I watched all of the leadership debates, when he speaks about having learned from history, that he means it and that he implements it. I do notice, and I watched again the Gwitchin debate, and the language chosen was very careful and it did not commit to the issues that First Nation was asking. We'll see a first challenge and a first real demonstration of commitment to change is how they respond to the Gwitchin land use plan, which is in the process right now, close to being finished after many years. Whether or not they accede to working with and finding the way to bring to closure land use planning. Think about it, that we said there would be 8 land use plans in this territory that would guide all development, the future choices around our land and resources, our water. Until that's completed, every time we make a choice about how we allow industry or other interests to establish themselves, we're removing an option that could be considered under these land use plans. They were considered as from First Nations perspective, and when I sat at the table, that was the key to acceding to the fact that they'd only retain 10% of the landmass of the Yukon, because we agreed, all governments, that we would complete those land use plans as a priority. Okay. So I hope that will be something that I'll see the Yukon Party. I'll live long enough to see them complete that.
Kluani, I want to go to you for thoughts on this projection again, with the note that we are waiting for some leader speeches. So I may have to cut you off again, and I'm sorry for that. But
no, that's okay. I can chat. Yeah, I mean, again, some of the commitments that I saw in other platforms, again, and we had said this in some of our side conversations, good policy ideas can come from everywhere. Yeah. It's not just one particular party, right? I think that would be so limiting to think that that good ideas can only come from one place. So, there are some pieces in the NDP campaign around giving every student, the same start every day in terms of like a hot lunch. And we're seeing a lot of impacts from Jordan's principle.
Oh, I'm going to cut you off.
No, we're good.
You can see Curry Dixon there, Premier Designate Curry Dixon of the Yukon Party, entering the room to cheers and to claps, making his way to the podium right now. Curry Dixon, the first Premier of the Yukon to be born in the Yukon. He will bring the Yukon Party back to power, is bringing the Yukon Party back to power for the first time since 2016. We are projecting, as I mentioned, a Yukon Party majority, a strong mandate there with 14 seats. So we'll stop and listen in when he starts talking right now. He's just greeting his crowds, got his family on the stage there. No doubt a happy night for Premier Designate Curry Dixon. Let's listen in.
All right. Wow. Well, thank you so much, Geraldine, and thank you all for the very, very warm welcome. I'm so proud to be here. I want to begin by saying I'm honored to be here on the traditional territories of the Kwanlin Dun First Nation and the Tonquitchon Council, surrounded by so many friends, family members, and supporters. What a night and what a result. Tonight, Yukoners chose to move on from the status quo. They chose a new path. They chose change. Yukoners chose a strong, majority Yukon Party government. Thank you. So there's plenty to reflect on in tonight's results, and we'll certainly do that. But before I talk more about tonight's results and what it'll mean going forward, I do want to talk about how we got here. Geraldine mentioned that I will become the first Yukon Premier that was born here in the territory, and as I'm proud as I am about that and all the incredible successes of so many of our candidates tonight is not about any of our individual successes. Tonight is about our party, our movement, and our team, and our collective vision for the Yukon. None of this would have been possible without the help, guidance, and support of so many people, many of whom are here tonight. I'll start at the top and recognize the incredible dedication, work, and commitment of our party president, Mel Braze. And of course, I cannot mention Mel without also mentioning Paul. Mel and Paul have been stalwart in their support for the party throughout the years and throughout this campaign. They have devoted so much of their lives to this party and deserve the most heartfelt and sincere thanks. So please join me in expressing our thanks to Mel and Paul. Thank you, Mel. Next, of course, is the campaign team that have led us through this. Our comms team of Tim and Amanda led the creation of the impressive visuals, messaging, and platform. Robin, Kelsey, and Heather all helped shepherd the logistics and organization of the 21 individual campaigns and supported each of us throughout the territory. And Philip and Barb have played the critical roles of treasurer and official agent, which have allowed the financial side of this campaign to run smoothly. And of course, this entire group was led by Danny McDonald, who took on this massive task. Of being the campaign manager. Now, no one is more biased than me, but as far as I'm concerned, Danny has done an exceptional job. He's done everything I've asked of him above and beyond, and has consistently delivered and helped us deliver tonight a strong Yukon Party majority. So thank you very much. I also want to add a special thanks to Natalie Taylor, who managed my campaign in Copper Belt North. So thank you very much, Natalie. Next, I need to mention our other 20 candidates and their teams. I have been involved in politics a long time, and I truly believe that this is the most comprehensively talented, qualified, and exceptional slate of candidates any party has ever fielded in Yukon's history. Whether each of you got the result you wanted or not, each of those 20 individuals contributed in some way to tonight's success. As well, I want to thank all of those volunteers, campaign managers, door knockers, official agents, and many more that helped on any of the 21 Yukon Party campaigns around the Yukon for everything that you have done to help get us here. So, to my fellow Yukon Party candidates, thank you. I'm so proud of the campaign that we've run. We have stayed positive and we've stayed focused. We've focused on our team and on our vision, and Yukoners rewarded us for that. So to our entire campaign team, candidates, and everyone in this room, thank you. I'd also be remiss if I didn't note the contributions of the other two political parties as well. Earlier tonight, I spoke to both Mike Pemberton and Kate White and congratulated them both on well-fought campaigns and thanked them for their contributions to Yukon politics. So to Kate, Mike, and all of your teams, thank you. It takes a lot of courage to put your names forward to serve your community, and all of those candidates for all parties and their teams deserve our respect and appreciation. So please join me in thanking both the other parties as well. So now let me return to tonight's results. The results of this election show very clearly that Yukoners want a change. They want a change to address our housing crisis. They want our healthcare infrastructure to keep up with our population growth and our health system to meet the needs of all Yukoners regardless of what community they live in. They've told us they want to see the downtown core of Whitehorse cleaned up and made safe, and for changes in our judicial system to offer justice for victims, to ensure that those who break the law are held accountable. And they've told us that we need to get our economy back on track, to put growth of the private sector at the forefront of our agenda. The Yukon government should no longer be an impediment to the growth of the private sector. It should create the conditions for growth, focus on doing what governments do well, and get out of the way of private industry. Yukoners have told us that they want to see this change, and the good news is that change is here. As excited and as optimistic about the future of this territory as I am, I'm also aware that we're going to be facing some serious challenges ahead. The next 4 years will require some difficult decisions, the tackling of some big challenges, and navigating the instability that has come to define the world today. And we know that we can't do that alone. We need to do that by working with other levels of government, the federal government, First Nations government, and municipal governments to face those challenges. But through this election, Yukoners have entrusted us, myself and those Yukon Party candidates, many of whom are here tonight, that were elected, with the task of leading us through those challenges. And for that, I'm extremely grateful and proud. Now, I'll ask you to indulge me in a few personal thanks as well. Any of us in politics know that we can't do this without our families. So to my mom and dad, my sisters, and all of their families, thank you for supporting me from the very beginning. Whether it was this election or any of the others I've been involved in over the years, my mom has always been the first to volunteer for whatever it was that I needed. Thanks, Mom. Love you. As well, a huge thank you to Brittany's family for taking me in, even though being related to me comes with a whole bunch of unexpected baggage. I love you as well. And last but certainly not least, I'm grateful to my own family, to Brittany, London, and Dawson. It goes without saying, I think it goes without saying that I couldn't do any of this without your support, patience, and love. I'm especially thankful for Brittany's willingness to show restraint in her comments on social media and for her willingness to carry grudges on my behalf. And to London and Dawson for always cheering for me as well. Love you lots. There are many, many more thanks to give, but we'll have to save some of those for the coming hours, days, and weeks. Tonight, I think it's important that we celebrate our shared accomplishment. But it should not be far from any of our minds that the work to deliver the change that Yukoners have asked for starts immediately. So thank you to everyone here tonight for joining us and for celebrating with us, for helping to deliver a Yukon Party majority government and the opportunity to help create a brighter future for all of us and for this beautiful territory that we all call home. So thank you very much. I look forward to... Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That is Yukon Premier Designate Currie Dixon talking to the crowd, thanking his family. He says his message is change is here.
Thank you.
That is his message as the Yukon Party is projected to have a majority government. Currie Dixon thanking all of his supporters, talking about some of the things in the campaign that he felt were successful. He said, comprehensive campaign, candidates that he felt were very strong. He said that the Yukoners rewarded him for his campaign. He talked about big decisions to come with housing, the economy, safety. He's talked about, growing the private industry and getting out of the industry's way as well. So, definitely some things in that speech that were touched upon in the campaign. Certainly he was a little bit emotional as well. Got to be a happy moment for somebody who's been waiting to be a premier for so long. A premier in waiting was the way that he had positioned himself. Chris.
Yeah, for a young man, Currie Dixon has been in the game for quite a long time. It is true that the Yukon Party is going to have quite a lot to do. We talked about a lot of those issues tonight, healthcare, housing being chief among them. Mr. Dixon and his government will inherit a territory that is in some debt, but is in the black in terms of its annual budget, so that is helpful. I have questions about who ends up in a Dixon cabinet. There's a lot of interesting possibilities there. Does he go with the old guard, some of the folks who were around the last time the Yukon Party was in power? Does he bring in some new faces? Probably a mix of both, but it's going to be interesting to see who lands where. And with 14 MLAs, there are going to be some folks who are disappointed as well, and who don't get a cabinet seat. But that's all a problem for the other day, for another day. If you're Curry Dixon and or a winning Yukon Party candidate, you're in a good mood, and you can sort it all out tomorrow.
Yeah, sir. I mean, we can even ask those questions tonight. No worries about asking those kinds of questions.
I don't have to
tonight.
answer them. I can just ask them. It's great.
I mean, it's interesting, though. Something that we talked a lot about with our panel is that the Yukon Party had positioned itself as a party of change. So when we're having this cabinet conversation, do you bring forward the familiar names? Do you reward that, I suppose, that loyalty, that longevity? Do you bring forward the new names? Do you deliver on this promise of change by putting in new faces that some people might not immediately think of when they think of the Yukon Party, but certainly the Yukon Party has been trying to position itself as a new kind of Yukon Party?
And it's so interesting because I mean they've got new MLAs who have represented First Nations governments, who've represented municipal governments, who've worked in the private sector, who've been MLAs for a very, very long time. So there's a real interesting mix of experience and resumes there for the Yukon Party and for Curry Dixon to pick from. So it's a good problem to have, but it's not going to be a simple process for Curry Dixon to figure out who his cabinet is and what in that large to-do list of policy issues that the Yukon faces to tackle first.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question too, is where do you go from here, right? What's the first thing that you do? There are so many issues that we talked about with our panel, and so many issues that are so long-standing, and those are issues that Curry Dixon did bring up in that speech. Housing, not a new issue, right? We've been talking about that for a very long time. The economy, he also talked about things that are, not really within the control of the Yukon government, like the current political situation across the globe. So where do you start as, a strong mandate, 14 seats. So that is a strong mandate from Yukoners. What's the top issue when so many people had so many issues that were important to them?
Well, if I had to venture a guess, it's probably going to be healthcare. We heard from all the panelists tonight and all the political parties during the campaign that is a huge issue. Everyone agrees that Whitehorse General Hospital needs to be expanded in a serious way. Curry Dixon during the campaign said that he's willing to borrow money to go towards the capital project that would involve a major expansion of Whitehorse General. So I would suspect that might, no one's going to ask me, but that is the probably job number one, because that's a huge project. The other thing is it will take a long time, and so time's a wasting in that sense. The other thing, I mean, housing, there are some areas in the margins just in the way the land lottery system works and some other things that, they can maybe get some things out fast. But they're also going to have to work with the federal government. I mean, the Carney government, the Carney Liberal government has talked about Build Canada homes, getting modular homes out the door. To what extent does the Yukon Party government work with the federal Liberals on that? Be interesting to watch.
Well, I mean, we have a person positioned to answer these questions for us, and that is Premier Designate Curry Dixon, who is joining us. Curry, thank you so much for being here with me. Let's start by just getting your reflections on the 14 Yukon Party seats and the mandate that Yukoners have given you in this election.
Well, as a starting point, I'm proud. I'm proud of the work that our team has done. I'm grateful. I'm grateful for the trust that Yukoners have shown in us, and I'm excited about getting to work with these 14 individuals who've been elected and joining me in the Yukon Legislative Assembly.
Yeah, let's talk about the 14 seats. That is a strong mandate, as I mentioned before. You know, tonight is about celebration. Tonight is about excitement for you as Premier Designate, but the work will begin shortly. Where do you turn your focus when there's such a long list of issues that Yukoners are saying, hey, this needs attention?
Well, there's going to have to be short, medium, and long-term priorities that we'll establish over the coming days. It'll start by transitioning away from the former government and establishing a new cabinet. And then once we have a new cabinet in place, we'll have to begin the work of taking decisions and taking actions and delivering on the commitments that we've made to Yukoners throughout this campaign. There's a long list of things we've got to do, and I'm looking forward to getting to work on all of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a little early to have a cabinet conversation, but have you started talking to anyone? Do you have any names in mind? You know, you don't have to reveal them, although I would love you to. But tell me what's been factoring into your thoughts about forming a cabinet?
Well, as a starting point, we had such a strong slate of candidates this year on the Yukon Party docket. We had 20 other folks who joined me that all represented an incredible amount of leadership, talent, and experience. And so I was really proud of the group that the Yukon Party put forward this election. If I'm totally honest, I'm not even exactly sure which of the 14 were finally elected, but I do know that some of the there's some excellent people that have been elected, and I look forward to working with all of them as we chart our path forward.
You know, the Yukon Party, Curry, really campaigned on change, right? And there was definitely some discussion throughout the campaign that the Yukon Party has been in power before, right? Not for a while, but they have been in power before, and you were part of that Yukon Party that was in power, if not Premier Designate. So what will your Yukon Party majority look like? How will it be different from the Yukon parties of the past? What's the change here?
Well, the change is from the last 9 years of Liberal and NDP government. That's what we've seen over the last 4 years and 4 years before that of Liberal majority. And so we're going to see a change, no doubt about that. I'm not worried about what previous Yukon Party or Liberal governments did. I'm focused on the future, and I'm really keen to work with the 14 folks who've been elected tonight to chart a path forward. So we're going to focus on the commitments that we made to Yukoners throughout this campaign. We had a comprehensive platform that we feel is ambitious and bold, but also achievable and realistic. And so we're going to get to work on that immediately.
Okay. I'll note just really quickly that, you know, the Yukon Liberal NDP government, it was a Liberal minority government with a confidence and supply agreement from the NDP. So the NDP weren't technically in power. They were propping up the Liberal minority government. You had mentioned in your speech that there are challenges and some big decisions to make ahead. I'm wondering if you can tell us about some of the challenges you're anticipating.
Well, I mean, you can begin the list with the number of crises that we faced. I think we all agree that we're in a housing crisis. You ask any healthcare professional, they'll tell you our healthcare system is in a crisis. There are serious issues facing our education system, and we continue to see rising rates and severity of crime across the Yukon, especially here in Whitehorse. So there's a long list of things to do, and it's going to take a lot of effort for us to get started cleaning up some of the mess we're going to inherit. But I'm looking forward to doing that work, and I'm looking forward to working with my colleagues to chart this new path forward.
And Premier Designate, I do have another question for you, and it's about the Yukon Party, incoming Yukon Party majority government and the relations with First Nations in the Yukon and how you will build that. You had mentioned at the CBC Leader Forum that you thanked Sandy Silver for some of the work that he had done rebuilding those relationships. So what work will you do as Yukon Party Premier Designate to build those relationships with Yukon First Nations?
Well, one of the things I've acknowledged about the previous Liberal government was the strong work that they did to rebuild the relationship between the Yukon government and First Nations governments. They reinstated the Yukon Forum, and that's something that I think was a good decision and one I want to carry on with. I want to build on the work that's been done so far, carry on working closely with Yukon First Nations governments to deliver on behalf of all Yukoners. We know that in order to get things done in the Yukon, we need to have respectful, strong relationships with Yukon First Nations, and we're committed to that. And we want to see that through by working closely with First Nations partners at the government-to-government level.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much, Premier Designate Curry Dixon, and congratulations on your win.
Yeah, thank you so much.
That was Curry Dixon, the leader of the Yukon Party, now the Premier Designate of the Yukon, and I've said it a few times, worth saying again, the first Premier who was born in the Yukon, who is now the Premier Designate of the Yukon. So you might be wondering why we haven't gone to Kate White, the leader of the NDP speech yet. That is because it was happening at the exact same time as Curry Dixon's speech. They are happening at the same time, so we went to the speech of the Premier Designate. We are working on getting some of that speech for you so that we can hear what Kate White has to say, because of course, as you're looking at the numbers, the NDP will form the official opposition. So that is something that we're working on right now. Let's bring Chris in really quickly, and you can talk a little bit about, some of what you heard from Curry Dixon in terms of the mandate he was given from Yukon, or, maybe why don't we talk a little bit about where those votes went? That's probably a clearer question.
Well, just one thing to note about the relationship with First Nations, just before we move on, is that one of the promises that Curry Dixon made during the election campaign was to hold a Yukon forum before Christmas.
Right.
So we'll see if that's still on. I suspect it would not be good form to break that promise. But yeah, let's... what we're going to do, look at the numbers?
Yeah, I was just thinking, because I was realizing I was asking to reflect on Curry Dixon's thoughts, and I thought, it's probably better for us to take a look at some of these results, because some of the questions that we had were, where is the Liberal vote going? Yeah. And now that we have some seats that are firmer and we have some numbers that are firmer, we can start to see, the Liberal Party right now, just with the one. So where did it all go?
Yeah, it mostly, I'm just looking at raw numbers, it mostly went to the Yukon Party, but not that much. 12.5%, the Yukon Party was up 12.5% over the last election, NDP up 9.5% over the last election. So that's not, it's not a washout by any means. The NDP did a pretty good job of picking up that collapsing Liberal vote, but the Yukon Party starting from a baseline of just over 39% last time. So, that's sort of the story. They had a strong base to build from. And, we've seen this over the years with elections in the Yukon. I mean, the Yukon Party is kind of good for, 33, 34, 35% at minimum. I mean, even when they lost in 2016, they still returned 6 members, and I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but they were sort of in the mid 30%. So it's not a drubbing by any means. So it's a lot easier to build back from that, I think you could say. So it's interesting. I mean, for the NDP, it's got to be tough. They really did a good job growing their vote share this time. They've got to be happy with nearly 38%. But again, this is a situation where the electoral system doesn't always work in every party's favor. The Yukon Party much more efficient with turning their votes into seats. A little tougher for the NDP, so they'll rue that. But I guess
we have someone who can talk about what the NDP thinks about all of that.
Okay,
it's great timing. Yeah. Let's go to Kate White now. We have her live. Kate, thank you for joining us tonight. Kate White, of course, the leader of the Yukon NDP. Let's get your first thoughts on the results from Yukoners tonight, Kate.
Yeah, we went from being the third party to the official opposition, and I've got great new colleagues, so I'm excited.
Great new colleagues is always a good thing to have. I mean, third party to official opposition, definitely a step up. The Yukon Party, though, getting handed a strong majority. So what do you think your first task, I guess, as official opposition will be?
Well, it's going to be to hold them to account, which is something that I have a fair amount of experience in. And so the reality is they've made commitments. We know Yukoners are struggling with affordability, with access to healthcare, housing, education. There's a whole series of problems. And so that is what will make sure they deliver.
Okay. So, 6 seats is a good gain for the NDP. It's interesting, though, because in the last government, there was that confidence and supply agreement. So though, there was a balance of power that fell into the NDP hands, I know you also did push back on the Liberal Party. With these 6 seats and the Yukon Party having such a strong majority, how will, besides, talking, how will you hold them to account? How will you hold their feet to the fire?
Well, I'm excited. We're well researched. We listen to people, and we will bring their stories forward. So we will work to make sure that the voices of Yukoners are heard and that their concerns are brought to the floor of the Assembly. And we won't stop working for Yukoners. So it will continue on.
Okay, it certainly will continue on. Kate, do you want to reflect a little bit about where some of the votes went tonight? We talked about the Liberal Party losing some of its votes, and often that natural progression from Liberal to NDP, but it seems like some of those votes went to the Yukon Party. So how would the NDP position themselves maybe to gain back some of those supporters going forward?
Well, what I will tell you is that I am in a room right now and I don't recognize everybody here. So what we have seen in the last 30 days, and to be perfectly frank, over the last number of months, we've seen people coming towards our movement and putting themselves out there for to volunteer, to be part of it. And so we're going to continue to build on that.
Okay. Kate, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate your time tonight. I will let you get back to the loud party behind you and enjoy the rest of your night.
Thank you so much.
That was Kate White, the leader of the NDP, going to be forming the official opposition. Chris, it has really been interesting to see how all of these votes shake out. Kate White seems pretty optimistic, and she should. Six seats is not bad.
6 seats is nothing to sneeze at. It's not bad. It's going to be a disappointment. Obviously, the NDP came out in this campaign really swinging, really marketing Kate White as premier material. Their goal was to win government. They didn't do that, so it's disappointing. But 6 seats is a strong position for the opposition to be in. They're clear on the left flank of the political spectrum, given what's happened to the Liberals and given the fact that the Liberals were, as the panel mentioned earlier, very centrist, particularly under Mike Pemberton. So it's going to be interesting. There's nothing really to lose for the NDP. I think that they're going to have to, put some more thought into policy and into the way they approach how the Yukon Party governs. And I say that because there were some times during when the NDP was the third party under the CASA, under the Confidence and Supply Agreement, holding the Liberals, keeping the Liberals in power. There were some times where they sort of were a little bit ready, fire, aim on some policy things. I think about the free transit proposal for Whitehorse that the city of Whitehorse didn't even want. So I think if the NDP wants to go back to sort of take another crack at this in the future, that might be an area that they want to sort of tighten up on. But again, they've got new faces, they've got some incumbents, they got some interesting people in there, and it's going to be interesting to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to Callie now. One of the big questions is who could possibly be in Curry-Dixon's cabinet, the premier designate, and Callie has some ideas.
I do have some ideas. So, yeah. Curry-Dixon, he may have campaigned on change. Clearly that message resonated with voters, but you're going to see a lot of familiar faces in this cabinet. So we're going to start with Scott Kent, first elected in 2011. Kent has previously served as the Economic Development Minister, the Energy, Mines and Resources Minister, the Infrastructure Minister. So, potentially one of those could be coming his way, or it could be something new. Complete speculation here, folks, but, something to consider. Definitely has some experience in cabinet. Next, we will take you to Kluane. Wade Oshtenko, he has previously served as the Minister for Highways and Public Works. He's also previously served as the Environment Minister. So, could be interesting to see whether he is given one of those or something else, or who knows? Maybe they want to give it to a new face. Okay, next we are going to take a look at Brad Cathers and Lake LaBarge. Okay, guys, I have to give you a little bit of a list here because, you know, as we've mentioned, Cathers, he's been in the Legislative Assembly a long time, so take a listen to this. Minister of Health and Social Services, Minister of Energy, Mines and Resources, Community Services, Justice, Yukon Development Corporation, like I could go on. Cathers has done everything, so I imagine there's a pretty good chance he'll get his pick of the litter on whatever seat he wants. I think is quite possible. And then last but not least, let's take a look at a new face. Laura Lang, as I mentioned earlier in the show, she has held senior roles in government, both with in the housing and in health and social services. So who knows, maybe she could be a contender for one of those positions.
Okay, thank you so much, Callie. We have something to show you, and that is about the one Liberal seat that is on the board at this moment. That is in Vuntut, Gwitchin. And take a look at this. 4 of 4 polls reporting Deborah Lee Reddy leading by 7 over incumbent Annie Blake. Sandra Charlie with 34, nothing to sneeze at there, but it's this Deborah Lee Reddy, Annie Blake 7-vote spread. That goes to an automatic recount. So that board could read, when that recount happens, 14 Yukon Party, 7 NDP, and 0 Liberal. However, that is for the people doing the recount to decide. Well, it's for Yukoners to decide, and the people doing the recount to count. Right now, Deborah Lee Reddy leading with 7 votes over incumbent Annie Blake with 4 of 4 polls reporting in Vuntut, Gwitchin. Vuntut, Gwitchin, often a very, very close race. Let's go to our panel for some final thoughts of the evening. Liz, I'll start with you.
Just quick reflection on Vuntut, Gwitchin. I'm sad to see Annie Blake looking like she hasn't retained that seat. She's worked really, really hard, and is a pretty genuine person. So, and overall, well, it's a change, and I will be, like so many, really looking forward to the Yukon Party demonstrating that it's not just words, but it's real change. And that's going to be manifest pretty quickly, because if there is in fact a Yukon Forum as promised before Christmas, then there'll be some clear opportunities for a meeting of the minds, for First Nations leadership and the new cabinet of the Yukon Party to establish a working relationship or not, and I think the early vibes will be coming pretty clear.
Okay.
I hope they're good.
Everyone always hopes for good vibes, I think. Tiffany?
Well, I want to end with what Curry said on the very beginning of his platform, which is together we can work for change, restoring the Yukon to the best place in Canada to live, work, and raise a family. And so Yukoners have chosen that path. And like all the panels have said, I look forward to seeing, I too look forward to what the cabinet is going to reflect and be. And we'll see that change does start now, and super proud of all the candidates for putting their names forward. It's definitely not an easy task. I do want to, I think that at the next Yukon Forum, it's going to be a completely different cabinet, because now you're going to have people that look like you, that grew up with the same history as you, that have the same experiences as you. It's going to be a more inclusive cabinet for sure, and just super proud of everyone for being so brave to put their names forward, because it's not easy on a good day to be willing to put yourself in front of the campaign.
Absolutely. Clonnie?
I mean, first I want to, again, very much like Tiffany and Liz had said, acknowledging the candidates, women and diverse people, gender diverse peoples, Yukon First Nations peoples that put their name forward. Want to acknowledge Mike. Want to acknowledge Kate. Yukon's a small place. Curry and I went to high school together. About the same age. Same friend circle, to some degree. And so it's not just Yukon opposition that's going to be holding this government to account. It's everybody. And when they're thinking about their new climate plan, I really hope they look at the reconnection vision.
Yes.
The chief said it's got to be the young people that come up with it, and it was the young people. And so the reconnection vision, looking at giving the Yukon River personhood. That's been an entirely new initiative led by Swim and Speak with Salmon, working in true nation-to-nation partnership with First Nation governments. Not, we'll come to you after we have this big, bold idea that's going to serve your interests because we think so. No, no, no. This has to be done very differently. And when we talk about health, we talk about the way that we think about the hospital and the more beds that are needed and the infrastructure. Every single Yukon First Nation person has lost somebody to, addiction or overdose. So it would be irresponsible for any government not take that just as seriously as we're talking about crime.
Agree.
So it's been a long night.
That's okay.
But that is where I'd be looking to this Yukon Party to actually do what you say you're going to do. But the things that you didn't think you were going to do, you still need to listen to people. It doesn't give you this, we can just do whatever we want. And again, that's where I've been so compelled with minority governments, where I've seen actual change happen, not just what you think you want to do, but actually working together. So I hope that we see a new Yukon Party, as Curry said, not the past, moving forward, but that will truly listen to the people. And if we're going to talk about crime, we also need to talk about health and wellness and addiction and the realities and meeting people where they're at in this territory.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all so much for your thoughts tonight. Speaking of listening to people, we're so privileged to be able to listen to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go now to Liberal headquarters, where Gabrielle Plonka is standing by. Gabrielle?
Yeah, the party is over here. We have folks packing up, putting on their coats and hugging goodbye behind me. And so, I think the mood for a lot of the night was of resignation, but there was a lot of excitement. There was lots of new candidates, new to politics, who brought friends and family and were excited to watch the process unfold. And so I heard from many party faithfuls that they were grateful that so many people did step forward for the first time. We also heard Liberal leader Mike Pemberton end on an optimistic note. The Liberals have been down before and, risen up again. And so that is the mission, once again, is to rise up from the ashes here. And so we'll see what happens next. Megan?
Thank you so much, Gabrielle. Let's head next to NDP headquarters, where Luke Carroll is stationed. Luke?
Hey, Megan. Yeah, so you can probably see and hear behind me, there's still a lot of people hanging out, despite, the results being largely done. This is a night that was pretty energetic the whole way through. Now, the NDP, they did increase their seat count. They went from 3 to 6. They're going to form official opposition. They obviously didn't reach their goal of forming government, but you largely wouldn't have known it being here tonight, other than maybe when that final decision was made. People were pretty excited the whole way through. I spoke to some, second-time voters who talked about sort of why they supported the NDP the whole way through. They said they really liked their messaging around healthcare, around education. Anyways, yeah, so the NDP is going to be going to the legislature with double the number of seats they had last time, but they no longer hold the balance of power. That was the thing they had in the last legislature. They were able to get certain concessions from the Liberal Party that allowed them to pass key priorities. So they're not going to have that despite having a higher seat count. The other thing that's going to be interesting is this was a campaign where the NDP targeted the Yukon Party quite a bit, attacking the previous record. And the question that remains now is, are those attacks going to continue in the legislature? Megan?
Luke, thank you so much. Finally, we will go to the Yukon Party headquarters with Julian Green, who's been there the whole night. Julian.
Yeah, thanks, Megan. And as you can tell, people are starting now to sort of file out. I just heard last call at the bar. It's been an exciting night. People here are elated still, talking, milling about, having a good time. It looks like a very decisive victory for a party that has been arguably working since the last territorial election in 2021 to regain power that it once had last time round being
2016, and the confidence that I spoke of at the top of our show at the very beginning when Curry Dixon told me that he's confident in his team, he's confident in his chances. It turns out that that confidence wasn't misplaced. Instead, it seems like it's panned out just well and good for this party now that it's formed a solid majority government. Megan.
Thank you so much, Julian. Julian Green at Yukon Party headquarters, the headquarters of the majority government. Let's talk about the other thing that was going on tonight. The other thing, that sounds so small. It was very big. It was a second vote, and that was for the plebiscite.
That was for the plebiscite, and the plebiscite is interesting. For those of us who are political nerds, at least, it's very interesting just to see a yes vote in an electoral reform referendum in this country is itself unusual, and it's pretty clear. It's 55.7%. That is a pretty strong vote in favor. Riverdale South and Takini were the two ridings most in favor of electoral reform. Now, again, as we've been saying all night, it's important to note that the Yukon Party has said from the get-go they are not interested in implementing electoral reform and had no plans to adopt electoral reform, even if voters voted in favor of it. The plebiscite is not legally binding. It's not a referendum. That's the difference in terminology. So they are within their rights to do that. However, again, a pretty clear majority for the yes side there. So
yeah,
interesting.
I mean, you had talked a little bit about how it's not in the Yukon Party's interest necessarily to, not speaking for them, but just looking at the numbers, to have that electoral reform. I wonder if you can run through that again for me and tell us why that might be the case.
Well, and to be fair, I mean, the Yukon Party is not alone in this. I mean, the federal Liberals under Trudeau, both Trudeau the Elder and Trudeau the Younger, talked about electoral reform and then never did anything about it. So, at least the Yukon Party has been straightforward from the get-go that they weren't interested in adopting it. But basically, what we're looking at here is just the way the vote breaks down. Megan, I'm just calling it up here, but the Yukon Party, and again, this is a little bit different because they got a clear majority of the popular vote, 51.7%. So that's a clear majority government. They got 14 seats to 6 for the NDP and 1 to the Liberals. So it's a clear win for them. There's no doubting that. However, there could have been a lot of these close races might have flipped differently if you're bringing in other options. So that's one thing. And the other thing is that the NDP's vote was sort of spread across the territory much more evenly, and so sometimes that means that you might have a strong percentage of the popular vote, but that doesn't always turn into seats. It's kind of a problem that the NDP had tonight. But again, there's no nitpicking.
Sure,
the Yukon Party's win here. I mean, give them their flowers. They won decisively. So that's a reason not to be interested in it as well.
Fair enough. Chris, thank you for breaking that all down for me on the fly like that.
Thanks.
It's good mathing. Okay, let's pull up another board for you that shows the women and gender diverse folks who were elected in this election. There we go, 12 candidates. So the Yukon Party, 7 women and gender diverse MLAs, the NDP, 4, and the Liberals, 1. That is going to a recount as well, that Vuntut Gwitchin riding, though the Liberals are leading by 7, but there will be a recount there. So that's 5 more women and gender diverse MLAs than we had last time. That's great, 12.
That's fantastic.
Got some cheers from the panel.
Yeah, and just another thing to note that there are two ridings that aren't totally finished,
Yes.
that aren't on the board here, that are also being led by women. So that number could, in fact, even go up.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, it's worth noting actually what you said there, Chris, just in general, that there are still some polls that are reporting, right? So we're still going to be getting some results in, though we are projecting our majority Yukon Party government.
And just a correction too, that's women and gender diverse folks. One woman in Lane Treasure, who is the territory's first out non-binary MLA. That Whitehorse Centre has yet to call.
Right, and that Whitehorse Centre was an interesting one too, because it was a little bit closer than historically one would expect. Yeah. So still a few races to be called. Vuntut, Gwitchin, that's going to go to a recount. Vuntut, Gwitchin always keeps it spicy for us here. So we'll see what that will be. But Vuntut, Gwitchin right now is the single Liberal seat. So we'll see what happens with that recount. That is it for Yukon Votes 2025. As we just mentioned, there are still more chips to fall, including the final results of that plebiscite. Now, you can catch all of the latest information on our election tracker page. That's CBCNews.ca. That's where you can find that. And we will, of course, have more analysis ahead to come, including on Yukon Morning. For now, thank you for being with us, and have a good night.